A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all-old-time radio.
And now, Backstage Wife, the story of Mary Noble and what it means to be the wife of a famous star. With Larry Noble far away in Hollywood, wealthy Rupert Barlow has been making the most of his opportunity to win favor with Larry's wife, Mary, while she's recovering in a New York hospital from the acid burns inflicted by Claudia Vincent in a jealous rage. But now Rupert isn't so sure he wishes to continue his romantic campaign, for he fears that Mary may be badly scarred as a final result, and this would certainly diminish his interest. Today, for the first time, Rupert has failed to visit Mary. In fact, he has just finished telling his man Victor that he has reconsidered his original plan of taking his yacht on a southern cruise. Now, to his surprise, a visitor is brought into the living room of his New York apartment, and we hear...
Well, Mr. Barlow, I'm sorry it's taken me so long to get here, but I believe you know that a doctor's hours are rarely his own.
Yes, I've given up hope that you intended to heed my message at all, Dr. Allen.
As a matter of fact, I'm here to talk to you only because of Mrs. Noble.
Indeed. Now, if there's anything I can do, Doctor, you have only to ask. I suppose this hospitalization is very expensive.
My dear Mr. Barlow, I'm not here on a campaign to raise money.
Oh? Then may I ask...
Apparently, Mrs. Noble gave you a very much distorted picture of her condition when you last visited her.
She was quite evidently shocked when you allowed her to look at her face in a mirror for the first time.
That's because Mrs. Noble can't see the new skin that has formed over the burns with the practiced eye of a physician.
I doubt if anyone except a physician would see it as anything else but the badly scarred face it evidently is.
On the contrary, Mr. Barlow, when Mrs. Noble leaves the hospital, she will have virtually no scars whatever.
But Mrs. Noble was obviously very much upset when I last talked to her. She seemed to believe her face would be disfigured permanently.
I assure you it won't be. Of course, this new covering of skin must have a chance to become strong. At present, it is very sensitive and tightly drawn.
But you believe that will change, Dr. Allen?
Of course, no question about it.
Then there really is no basis for Mrs. Noble's alarm?
In my opinion, none.
Oh, you have no idea how relieved I am to hear this, Dr. Allen.
I was sure you would be, and that's why I came here in answer to your messages. You see, Mrs. Noble has become a very special patient to me. I admire her fortitude and her courage. I realize that she suffered even more than she should have because of certain personal difficulties.
You mean because her husband couldn't stand by when she needed him most? Ran off to Hollywood instead?
I make it a point never to become involved in personal issues, but I believe we understand each other, Mr. Barlow.
I'm sure we do, Dr. Allen. And I'm extremely grateful to you for coming here.
Even knowing Mrs. Noble for the short time that I have treated her has given me a great desire to help her make a complete recovery.
And apparently you're succeeding very well, Doctor. I congratulate you. I must apologize for the inexcusable scene I caused at the hospital. I will, of course, do what I can to explain the matter to Mrs. Noble's nurse and the others on the floor. I do think this calls for something in the line of a celebration, Dr. Allen. Will you join me in the toast to Mary Noble?
I'll join you in spirit only. Since I have other calls to make, I must not lose any more time.
Well, I'll see you to the door, Dr. Allen. And let me tell you again how much I appreciate your courtesy in coming here today.
And at this same time, we find Larry Noble in Hollywood, where he's making a picture for the Marlowe and Franklin studio. Having a few hours off this afternoon, he's visiting his friend Tom Bryson, the playwright, in Tom's hotel suite. And we hear...
By heaven, Larry, I'm glad to see you.
Really? What's the occasion?
Good news.
Huh?
I'm going to get rid of this confounded brace on my back. Tomorrow, my doctors promised me I'll be a free man again.
Oh, that's great, Tom. It'll be a great relief to you.
And how? Yeah, from now on, I'm going to act my age, Larry. No more hunting or riding.
What about our golf game, Tom? Don't tell me we'll have to give that up after all these years.
Well, no, that's something to consider, but after I get back in shape.
I guess we'll have to pick us a new course to play if we do get together again.
What makes you say that, Larry? What's wrong with Rosehaven out on Long Island where you live?
I guess you know the answer to that.
What are you talking about? Not thinking of moving away from Rosehaven, are you? Giving up your house, all your friends down there on Long Island?
Let's talk about something else. Do you mind, Tom? You and I have been friends too long to be able to kid each other.
Now, wait a minute. I don't get this, Larry.
It's okay, Tom. I know the whole story. You only did what you couldn't help. I don't blame you for a minute, remember that.
Blame me? Well, for what? Are you still sore because I got you out here to Hollywood to do that picture?
Not at all. It's the best thing that could have happened. And speaking of that, I want you to know that I've moved out of the hotel at Beverly Hills into a small room on Jacaranda Street.
Where in heaven's name is that?
I don't know how to explain it very well. I just learned how to get there myself a day or so ago. In your car, by the way. Oh, it's down in the garage now, and I'll just leave it there. Thanks for the loan, Tom. It was darn generous.
No, go on and use it till you're ready to leave Hollywood, Larry. I can't use it myself. I'll have to be darn careful for quite a while, and driving a car is out.
What are you planning to do when you're able to get out and around?
Just one thing. I'm getting back to New York as fast as I can. That's why I want you to keep my car while you're out here.
It's nonsense, Tom. You better sell it.
Oh, I'm not going to do that. I want you to use it as long as you stay out here, Larry. Then when you're ready to come back east and join your family, well, you can sell it and give me the check.
Your car won't be worth much by that time.
You don't have to knock it around just because it's a loan.
Oh, I wasn't thinking of that, Tom. I was thinking that it'll probably be a long time before I get back to New York.
What does Mary think about that?
I don't know. I haven't mentioned it to her.
Don't you think you should, before you make any definite plans?
I think she'll be in favor of the idea. She urged me to come out here in the first place, you know.
Oh, sure, but don't you think it'll be tough on her to pull up stakes and move out here with Larry Jr. and all your stuff?
There isn't any reason for her to move out here. Why should she?
Well, if you're going to stay here, you don't suppose Mary will stay back east, do you?
How much of a fool do you take me for, Tom? You of all people ought to understand what I'm talking about. You had a hand in the arrangements. So let's not pretend that everything will work out just fine, like a musical comedy ending. I've got to get back to the studio. I'll see you before you leave.
Oh, Larry, wait a minute. Hey, Larry!
Save it, Tom. I've got to get back to work.
Tom Bryson is left to wonder and to worry over his friend's words. For he certainly didn't think there could possibly be a serious rift between Larry and Mary Noble. And back in New York, later this afternoon, Mary Noble has a visitor in her hospital room, and we hear...
Darling, I didn't know whether they'd let me in or not at this hour, but I had to take the chance.
Oh, it was nice of you to come, Rupert.
I was tied up all day long, and I couldn't get here. But I couldn't bear to let a day go by without so much as a word. How are you, my sweet? Feeling more cheerful today?
Oh, yes. I'm awfully ashamed for the way I behaved last time you were here. It was selfish of me.
I won't have you saying that. It was perfectly understandable. But you can't realize what it did to me to hear the disappointment in your voice. The injustice of it was too much to bear. You see, I took you too literally, Mary. I was heartbroken for you.
I'm very sorry if I caused you to worry, Rupert.
Worry? What a mild word for the torment I've been through. Wanting you to be your lovely self again. And now I know it'll happen.
Then you know.
Yes. Dr. Allen was kind enough to visit me at my apartment. He understood my deep distress over you, and he came to explain that you were unnerved by the first look at your face since you were brought here. But Dr. Allen has virtually promised that in a very short time you'll be completely well.
Yes, I know. It's what he told me, too. Oh, you don't know what a relief it is.
I think I know only too well. And it makes me so happy for you, darling. So happy for both of us.
That's very nice of you, Rupert, to take my illness so much to heart.
Who else could be as concerned? I've thought of nothing else day and night. And I've tried to work out a plan for the time you leave here. I think you should have a trip of some kind. Maybe a sea voyage. It's up to you and Dr. Allen.
Rupert, I don't know where you got such an idea. I mean, of course, it's very sweet and generous of you, but you must know that it's out of the question.
Why? I don't see why it's out of the question at all, Mary.
Well, of course it is. Don't you know that I'm counting the minutes until I can leave here? Until I see with my own eyes what Dr. Allen has promised?
And then what?
Then I'm going to fly to Hollywood by the fastest plane I can get and join Larry.
Have you told your husband this?
No, it's going to be a surprise. I'm not going to say a word. I'll just be there. Oh, Rupert, if you only knew how I'm looking forward to that day. It's the one thing that keeps me going.
Rupert Barlow's face flushes with anger at Mary Noble's words, and he makes up his mind that he'll prevent this reunion if there's any possible way to do it. And somehow Rupert believes there is. Be sure to be listening tomorrow to Backstage Wife, the story of Mary Noble and her husband Larry Noble, famous Broadway star.
Good evening. This is Ken Roberts inviting you to listen to another adventure of Casey, crime photographer. Ace cameraman who covers the crime news of a great city. Our adventure for tonight, Thunderbolt. Night. A night of storm. A public garage in a neighborhood of deluxe apartment houses and stately city mansions. An expensive car is driven in as an alert attendant. Good evening, Dr. Foley.
Hardly a good evening, Jim. By the way, this thing will need a wash and polish before you put it away.
I can see that, sir. Pretty bad weather out.
It's filthy.
I'll get a man to run you home, Doctor.
Don't bother. I'm dressed for rain and need exercise, so I'll walk as usual.
Whatever you say, sir.
No. Good night, Jim.
Hi, Dr. Foley.
Pardon me,
Huh?
sir.
Yes?
May I trouble you for a match?
Oh, certainly.
Rotten weather, isn't it?
Yes, pretty bad. Look, here's a book of matches. You can keep them.
Sure you have others?
Oh, yes. Good night.
Excuse me, aren't you Dr. Foley?
Yes?
Oh, I've seen papers in the medical journals. Do you mind if I walk with you for a short distance?
Oh, if you wish.
I shall consider it a privilege.
Are you a physician yourself?
No, it was once my ambition to become a great brain surgeon such as you are, but now I'm just a sort of jack of all trades, which means, of course, that I'm what the world calls a failure.
Well, success and failure are matters of viewpoint.
Oh, how true. A man can be as he thinks. He can rise above misfortune and live in Valhalla with the gods. The thunder. To me, that is Thor, the mighty, wielding his hammer, forging his thunderbolts to strike the mountain giants. Do I sound mad?
Well, you sound interesting, Mr.
Dawson is my name, Doctor.
Dawson?
Yes. Oh, one of the streetlights is out here. Makes things quite dark.
Well, the storm probably knocked it out.
Yes, a minor thunderbolt of the storm, the feeble precursor of a greater one, a deadly one.
Deadly one?
Forged by the hammer of the son of Thor.
Here, what are you doing with that?
I'm wielding the hammer, striking down the giants, killing you. Thor's son has cast his thunderbolt.
The murdered man is Dr. Bernard Foley, Captain Logan?
Yeah, the big brain surgeon, Miss Williams.
Casey, will this killing make headlines?
I'll say.
That kind of headlines that'll be followed by editorial blasts against us cops.
That means you haven't got any leads, pal.
All we've been able to learn so far is that Dr. Foley left his car in the Ardmore garage, and at 11:15, a patrolman found his dead body sprawled across the sidewalk, as you can see it now.
This spot must have been pretty dark before you cops got here with your flood lamps. I see that street light's out.
Yeah, the storm knocked it out, I guess.
Was Dr. Foley robbed, Captain?
No, we found a wallet full of dough in his hip pocket, Miss Williams. Robbery wasn't the motive for his murder.
How was he killed, then?
Well, the M.E. thinks the job was done with a small tack hammer.
What? A small tack hammer?
Yeah, the double-headed kind upholsterers use.
Well, Logan, that big playwright who was killed last week, Eli Whitlock.
Yeah, his skull was crushed with a small hammer, and his body was found on a dark street near his home and on a night like this.
I know. The similarity of the Whitlock murders naturally occurred to me. But Whitlock's killer was caught red-handed robbing the body, and he's now in jail.
The guy you nabbed for that job admits he went through Whitlock's pockets, but he's consistently denied the killing, Logan. Well, I believed his story that he found Whitlock lying in that doorway and figured he was drunk.
I haven't believed it, and I don't now.
Logan, I have a hunch that you're at the beginning of a very tough case.
calling us.
Could I mistake our master's voice, Annie?
Casey! Williams!
We're on our way,
Here
Bert.
we are, fella. Here
All right, take over the desk till I come back. Now, you two come with me into the private office.
Okay.
Hey, why into the private office, Bert?
You'll soon find out. Close that door so we can have some quiet.
All right.
Now, you two covered the Foley murder last night
Yeah?
and the Whitlock killing last week.
You know we did.
Casey, from the first, you believed the cops pulled in the wrong guy for Eli Whitlock's bump off.
Yeah, and he was behind bars last night when Dr. Foley was killed.
I
so-
think you had the right idea. Sit down. Now, I'm going to read you a special delivery letter that just came in. Listen to this. Dear sir, last week the much overrated playwright Eli Whitlock met death. Last night the unduly acclaimed surgeon Dr. Bernard Foley met death in the same identical manner. I destroyed both of these frauds.
Hey,
Go on, Bert. Go ahead.
And my Thunderbolt shall soon destroy others.
Thunderbolt?
Shut up and get all of this.
All right.
The writer goes on. I concern myself only with the giants.
Giants.
Yes. But I shall slay other giants. On the next night of storm, another alleged giant shall die.
Another.
This time, a colossus of commerce shall meet his doom. A dealer in money, a seller of false security. Try to prevent his death, you will be powerless. That's all. No signature, of course.
Hey, let me see that copy.
Here,
of the letter.
hold it at the corner.
All right. Hand-printed in block letters.
You think it's on the level, Casey?
Your guess is as good as mine, kid. The writer's obviously a screwball.
Well, if
but...
the letter isn't a gag, the screwball must believe he's Thor.
Who?
The ancient god of the Norsemen. Thor. The Thunderbolt.
Don't you know anything about the classics, Casey? Thor, strongest of gods, a magic hammer.
I know. Have you gotten in touch with the cops about this letter, Bert?
If they get in touch with this paper when they get something hot, they can read about it in our next edition.
Yeah, they'd be plenty sore if you hold out and something happens.
The letter says another big man will die.
Sure. A dealer in money, a seller of false security. What does that tell you? The best protection for whoever it means is to read a copy of this letter in tomorrow's Express.
Yeah, that's true. And, of course, the threat may be strictly phony.
Anyway, the threat's made for the next night it storms.
Sure, and the weather report for tonight and tomorrow is clear as mud.
Bert.
What?
Look out the window.
Huh? Rain.
I hope, Bert, that this letter is as phony as your weather forecast.
Shall I serve you another drink before you leave, Mr. Clements?
No, thanks, Harry. I've already had more than I should have, but tonight I was celebrating.
Well, you have every reason to celebrate from what you told us fellas behind the bar here.
That's right. I signed up another $1 million policy today, Harry. Another $1 million policy. I'm just what the fellows in my business say I am, the greatest life insurance salesman in the world.
Oh, I believe that, Mr. Clement. I believe it.
Gotta go home now.
Oh, I'll call the doorman and have him get a taxi for you.
No, I want to walk. Near you walk. Do me good. Night, Henry.
Good night, Mr. Clement.
Leaving, Mr. Clement?
Yes, George. Thanks. Open the door for me. Yeah, feels good. Rain feels good.
Pardon me, sir.
Huh?
May I trouble you for a match?
Match? Oh, sure.
Thank you. Aren't you Mr. Alan Clammert?
Well, how'd you know?
You were pointed out to me at the Underwriters' Convention several months ago as the greatest life insurance salesman in the business.
That's so.
Do you mind if I walk along with you?
Oh, come along. Glad to have your company, Mr.
Thank you. And my name is Thorson.
Casey, you and Miss Williams have a nerve showing yourselves here at headquarters today. If you read the newspapers, you must know a guy named Clamart was hammered to death last night.
We've heard about it, Logan.
And I've heard that you two knew about the letter threatening his life.
Captain.
You and your smart city editor wouldn't tell us cops about it. Oh, no, we had to see it in print. Too late.
Now, listen, pal.
Don't pal me. Get out of this office
I
and
said
don't
listen.
come... But...
Now, what would you have done if you had seen that letter? Would it have told you that a life insurance salesman was the intended victim and a particular life insurance salesman named Clamart?
And wouldn't you have been inclined, as we were, to dismiss that entire fantastic letter as a gag? Now, be reasonable, Captain Logan.
Oh, I suppose you're right. Well, now all of us know the letter wasn't just a gag.
Yeah. Burke's turned the original letter over to you. Are there any fingerprints on it?
Only yours and Mr. Burke's.
Yeah, we expected that. Was the same weapon used this time?
Tack hammer, the doc thinks.
You know, Logan, there's a very obvious pattern of murder.
In its method, sure. Rainy nights, deserted streets, victims who habitually walk to their homes. All this crazy hammer swinger had to do was bust a street light on their route and wait for him in the dark.
Our street light was out last night.
Yeah, we figured it was much more than a coincidence this time, so we investigated and found a BB shot inside the broken globe.
Air gun, huh?
Or a slingshot.
This killer isn't so crazy. He plans well in advance.
But he is crazy. He clearly establishes his insanity by the absence of normal motive for his murders.
Envy, Logan.
Envy.
Mm-hmm. Pushed to abnormal lengths by failure.
You mean because the killer's a failure, he wants to destroy men who are successful?
Well, to me, that seems to be his mania.
Well, you may be right in your theory, but it'd take my guys forever to check up on all the failures in town.
Well, I'm not a cop. This Thunderbolt screwball is your headache, Logan.
And you newspaper mugs will be handing me anything but aspirin. You make me out a dope because we pinched the wrong guy for the Whitlock job, and the public will never be told your city editor held out that letter on me. We cops didn't even have a...
Don't start that again now.
Why shouldn't I? When I think of it, I start to boil and it... Come in.
Hello, Captain. I'm glad to find you and Williams here, Casey.
Well, if it isn't Mr. Burke, city editor...
Burke, you're an unpopular guy around here, you know.
Get out, boss, while the going's good.
I don't want him to get out. I want your city editor to stay until I've told him exactly what I think of him.
Wait, Captain. Hold everything. Come down here to make amends. With another Thunderbolt letter.
Thunderbolt?
Thunderbolt.
Same special delivery like the first.
Give it to me.
Yeah.
What's it say?
Ryder brags about keeping his promise last night and promises another murder when it rains again.
Another?
This time he's more explicit about his next victim. I think he means to kill a press photographer.
What?
Yes.
A press photographer?
You, Casey.
Burke, you're kidding.
Read that letter and see for yourself.
He isn't kidding, Miss Williams.
Oh.
Casey, this is just my headache.
The second letter from that Thunderbolt nut says he's going to kill a press photographer, Miss Williams?
It promises to kill Casey, Ethelbert.
Huh?
It doesn't promise anything of that kind. Only you, Logan, and Burke claim to see the inference in it.
All right, well, let's try it out on Ethelbert.
I want to see.
Show him that photostatic copy of the letter, but don't you try to rid me now, pal.
Here, Ethelbert, read this.
Lincoln Photostat Company Incorporated.
No, Ethelbert, down here.
Oh. The next to fall by my thunderbolt shall be a very little giant.
Little giant.
Shut up, Casey. Let him read.
You can't.
He practices press photography, a minor art.
A minor art, get that.
He dabbles in a field other than his own, crime detection, in which they credit him with brilliance when the fool is merely lucky.
Yeah, now that's something.
The Thunderbolt is forged and ready and will strike on the next night of storm.
Now, I ask you, Ethelbert, as a pal, can you find anything in that bunch of drivel that could possibly apply to me?
Casey, now I'm worried about you.
What?
The guy practically draws your picture and writes your name under it. He means you.
Photography department, Casey speaking.
This is Ann Casey.
Casey?
Oh, yeah, I was just going to phone you, kid. How's that case of sniffles you went home to nurse?
Well, I feel a little better.
That's good.
Casey, it's starting to rain and thunder.
Yeah? Well, now, so what? Now, look, I've been needled about that letter until I'm sick, too. That nut may hammer somebody to death tonight, but his threat was definitely not directed at me.
Look, you'll walk blindly into any trap that he'd lead you to, and you don't know what he looks like.
Annie, please.
Okay, but will you promise me something?
Huh? What?
Well, can't you promise me before I tell you? I don't ask very much of you.
Well, all right, I promise.
Look, drive directly to your apartment house when you finish working tonight, and leave your car parked in front of the door instead of going to the garage and walking the 2 blocks home.
And
then go upstairs and lock yourself in.
Listen, Ann.
Now, you promised, Casey.
Yeah, I've promised.
I'll phone you at 11:50. Now, be sure you're there.
Here's the old crate, Charlie. Put it away.
Want me to wash your car tonight, Mr. Casey? It'll be pretty spotty from this rain.
Who do you garage guys think I am, a millionaire? I bought a car wash from you a month ago.
Hey, you're a hard man to make money out of, Mr. Casey.
Go ahead, Charlie. Clean her up.
Okay.
Oh, wait a minute. On second thought, look, do that cleanup job tomorrow night, will you? And if Miss Williams ever asks you if I left the car here tonight, you tell her no, huh?
I ain't seen nothing of your car tonight, sir.
Thank you, pal.
Thank you.
All right, Charlie. I'm heading for home.
Night, Mr. Casey.
Pardon me, sir.
Go on.
May I trouble you for a match?
I guess so, yeah.
Miserable weather, isn't it?
Yeah, pretty stinking. Here's my lighter.
Thank you. Say, aren't you Mr. Casey, the famous crime photographer?
Well, I don't know about the famous part, but I'm Casey.
I thought so. You've been pointed out to me at police headquarters.
What were you doing there?
Well, nothing in the business way. I was paying a social call on a detective friend of mine, Sergeant McCloskey.
Oh, you know him? I know McCloskey.
Do you mind if I walk along with you?
Why, no.
I've long been one of your admirers, Mr. Casey.
Huh?
Little men like myself can't help but envy you giants.
Giants?
I borrowed the word from your paper's publication of those so-called Thunderbolt letters. Interesting mystery, that.
Yeah. What's your racket, Mr.
Thorson is my name.
Thorson? Thorson? I see. Streetlights out just ahead of us. Dark stretch there.
It is dark. And listen to that thunder. An inspiring phenomenon, thunder.
Yes, I've heard that, like full moonlight, it does things to some people.
Yes, to those whom the gods make mad. To the wise people of ancient times, that which we call insanity was a God-given gift. Mr. Casey, it meant freedom.
And so I've read. We're coming into that dark stretch, Mr. Thorson.
Yes, we are.
Evening, Casey.
What?
It's me, Joe McCloskey.
This is an unexpected meeting, Sergeant.
Why, yeah. Hello, Carl.
You know this guy, Sarge?
Well, I oughta. Carl Thorson and I lived in the same block for about 10 years. Hey, what are you doing so far from home, neighbor?
I've been visiting friends, Sergeant. I'm walking to the bus stop.
You know, Thorson is a great fan of yours, Casey. He's always asking me questions about you.
You know Mr. Thorson well, Sergeant.
Well, so well that if he was anyone else, I'd be putting a pinch on him right now. You know, beat cops have been reporting all streetlights out of commission since that last Thunderbolt murder, Casey. And when Captain Logan heard one was out near your apartment, he sent my partner and me right up here on the jump.
I'm glad to know that you policemen are so efficient, Sergeant.
You don't know the half of it, Carl. Ever since it started to rain this evening, Casey has been shadowed.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm. Come out of that doorway you ducked into, Red. Everything's okay. Well, come on, Casey. I'll escort you to your apartment house, and then the other guys and me can get home. And you'll be entirely safe once you're home.
I must hurry to catch my bus, Sergeant, so if you don't mind.
No. Run along, Carl. Run along.
I'll see you later. It's been a great privilege to meet you, Mr. Casey. Good night.
Good night. He's a nice little guy, Thorson.
Yeah, isn't he? Kept me from making an awful fool of myself, Sarge. And with that, I've handed your boss, Logan, a swell laugh. He had me tailed tonight.
Well, the captain's been worried about you, Casey. Well, now, come on. I'll walk you to your door.
Knew that phone would be ringing. Till I unlock my door. Where's the light? Hello?
Casey, where have you been? I've been ringing you ever since 11
Okay, all right. I'm only a few minutes late now, Annie. I just got home, and look at it. It's 7 minutes to 12.
Well, what delayed you?
Whole flock of cops that my pal Logan sent to nursemaid me. I suppose you put him up to it.
No, he didn't give me the satisfaction of knowing he was having you guarded, but I'm glad to hear he did. You all right, Casey?
Of course I'm all right. Now go on to bed. Get over your sniffles and let me get some sleep.
Casey, I'll never worry about you again as long as I live. Good night.
Hey, Annie. Hey. Worried. But he should have known that letter couldn't have meant me. Very little giants. Now what? Hello?
So you are safely home.
You, Logan.
McCluskey just radioed a report that all was well with you. I phoned to double-check.
Okay, now you've double-checked, wise guy, and now you know that screwball didn't have his hammer out for me. Goodbye. And that's to all of you.
Not to me.
But... Thorson.
Nice of you to leave your door open. It made things so easy. I'll close it now.
What are you...
Be very still. As you see, now I'm armed with a revolver as well as my hammer.
I see.
Sergeant McCluskey and his fellow policemen made it impossible for me to stick to pattern, as he called it, but they went away. And I came back. Wasn't it fortunate that McCluskey is a neighbor of mine? He couldn't believe that the man he sees nearly every day is not the person that she thinks.
Yeah, you certainly threw me off the track.
That doesn't matter. I shall keep my promise.
Your promise?
That you shall die tonight. Gods, unlike men, are bound by their promises.
Yeah, I see. Well, of course, you know, you've got to finish me off by 12 o'clock.
And I shall.
Yeah, you've got almost 5 minutes, fella. Plenty of time.
I'll watch the time. You're thinking, Mr. Casey, that when I approach you with my hammer, you'll seize it from me, and my gun also. But I shall throw the hammer as my father Thor throws it, with the speed of lightning and unerring aim.
Yeah, but you didn't kill those other guys by throwing your hammer. You held it in your hand and you hit them many times.
There was a reason for that.
Yeah, but a guy can neither throw a hammer or fire a gun with any accuracy in the dark.
You've smashed the lamp.
Thorson, you've shot your last Thunderbolt. Now we'll turn on another light.
Headquarters.
Jimmy Homicide. Captain Logan.
Just a minute. Homicide Bureau, Captain Logan.
Captain Logan, this is Casey. Send some cops up to my apartment to collect the Thunderbolt killer.
The Thunderbolt?
Yeah, he's sleeping on my living room rug right now. He's even crazier than I figured he'd be, Logan. When he wrote that last letter, he was referring to me.
They took Thorson to the insane asylum, huh, Miss Williams?
Yeah, he's safely tucked away in a padded cell.
Ethelbert, what do you think of a man who's so eager to get his name into the obituary column that he disregards all warnings and even breaks a solemn promise exacted for his safety?
No, I'd say that guy was a suicidal lunatic, Miss Williams. And I know just who you mean. Suicidal lunatic. That's pretty good.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
voice of information and education.
Car 53 in service, starting mileage 2962, 2962. Officers Perkins and Hurd. Chart duty 6 p.m. to 2 a.m. on the night watch.
Check 53, 6:08 p.m. starting night watch.
This is Don Reed, and I'm the police recorder riding with this detective unit. The sounds you're listening to are authentic, and you're going to ride with us tonight and listen as the cases unfold. Now, I want you to remember one thing. The people you hear are not actors. This is it. This is real. This is what happens on the Night Watch.
Night Watch, the actual on-the-scene report of your police force in action. There are no actors. There is no script. Every voice, every sound is authentic. The investigations are recorded as they actually occur. Night Watch is presented with the cooperation of the Police Department of Culver City, California. W.N. Hildebrand, Chief. We switch you now to car 53 on patrol and your police recorder, Don Reed.
It's 6:12 p.m., and we're westbound on Jefferson Boulevard. Well, it's been raining most of the day. However, it's let up right now, but the streets are still pretty slick. Now, we're on an investigation involving the theft of a large quantity of explosives that the Day Watch detectives have been working on. Can you fill me in a little bit on this, Sergeant?
Well, Don, one of the powder houses in the studio was broken into and burglarized this afternoon. And whoever pulled the job brought some of the stuff in the middle of the park and set it off. That's where we got our first lead.
I see. And right now?
Well, the day detectives have come up with the names of some pretty good suspects. Most of them are juveniles. We're going to over and check one of them out now.
Yeah. Well, how about these explosives, Sergeant? Are they dangerous?
Let's put it this way, Don. They aren't fireworks. We want 1216, Don. Can you see it over there? What's that address over there?
That's 1240, 1232, 1218. This is it, right over here, Sergeant. Okay.
Getting dark. And overhead, a large stratoliner is coming in through a very overcast sky. You probably can hear it. And coming out to meet us now, at the front door is a young fellow. I believe he's the one we're interested in talking to. Sergeant Perkins is identifying us now as police officers and requesting to see his mother. The boy appears to be highly nervous. This apparently is his mother coming right now.
We want to talk to your son up at the station.
What for?
Well, I'd like to talk to you separately, if I may. I can explain the situation first, rather than talk in front of everybody.
Have you done anything?
No.
Not a thing?
Not a thing.
You want to wait out in the car, son, just a minute, boys?
Girls, go to the kitchen. Tell your father to come in here. Tell me you've done anything.
Well, we can tell you a little bit something about it.
Yes, sir.
Sergeant Perkins, the police station.
How is?
This is Don Reed.
How do you do, sir?
Let's see. The situation is that we haven't talked to your son at all, but there were some explosives taken out of one of the motion picture studios, and your son was known to have set off a homemade bomb over here in the park, and supposedly some of the explosives are still missing.
Oh, no.
I don't know whether he was involved in the burglary or not, but I do know he knows something about where the...
Yeah, he went out like that.
Well, as I say, we're not accusing him of the actual burglary, but we are interested in trying to find out where the rest of these explosives are before somebody gets hurt. This one that was set off at the park with his 4 or 5 small children around.
And you sure you set one off?
Yes, ma'am. We have about 3 witnesses to that effect. So we'd like to take him up there and talk to him a little bit.
We're talking here now before he goes.
I'm afraid you'll have to go up to the station with us now.
You think he's in it?
Yes, ma'am, I do. I wouldn't be down here if I didn't.
Oh, no. Let me just ask him if he's done anything.
I don't want you to talk to him, please, ma'am. Just...
Let me ask him if he's done anything.
If you want to come up to the station with us, we'd be perfectly happy to have you, but I can't have you questioning him at the present time. Well, I'll be up there. Okay. Try to tell your wife not to worry anymore if she possibly can. We don't want to upset her any more than we possibly can.
Yeah, okay, I'll be up there.
Okay, sir.
The suspect is being taken out to our police car, so we'll return to headquarters and pick the investigation up there.
Well, I'll tell you the list.
We're in the interrogation room of the Detective Bureau, and Sergeant Perkins is reading the list of the missing explosives to the young suspect. Incidentally, he appears to be just a bit worried. Now, let's see what he has to say when the sergeant finishes reading this list.
1 inch by 9 inch. Tell me what happened. What
we were just climbing over the fence to play around and all of that. And we saw this red building in there, and it says explosives on it. So they took these 2 big bars and just opened up the door.
How old are you, son?
15.
15? How much trouble have you been in before?
All kinds of it.
What, for instance?
Robbery.
Burglary, that was, wasn't it?
Burglary.
Hardware store?
Mm-hmm.
What else?
And I can't remember. There's all kinds of little things.
Well, no, son.
In a stolen car, someone else.
Well, son, don't you think that in the past cases that you've had with our department here that you've been given pretty much of a break?
I know it.
I think it's getting to a point where we can't have any confidence in you. How do you get along at home?
I don't.
What's your problem there?
I don't like my dad.
Why?
Because he don't like to do nothing I like to do. Every time he comes home, he's always arguing at me, so I just don't pay attention to him anymore.
Well, how do you think it'd be possible for you to get along with your father?
I don't know.
You think that there's anything in particular that he could do to help the situation?
Mm-hmm.
You think he has anything that you could do to help it?
Yeah, if I leave.
Where would you go?
I don't know.
Well, son, we're going to book you on this charge. Then I'm going to call your mother and father and have them come back and see what can be worked out on this. But we can't have you continue the same training, because if you do, then we're going to have to put you in an institution. And I don't think there's an institution in the world that is half as good as your home.
About 30 minutes have passed. The parents of the juvenile suspect are just arriving in the office, and Sergeant Perkins is going to advise them now of the results of the investigation.
Now, one thing, your son was very cooperative, which we appreciate. But I think that in addition to this particular trouble that he's in, that there is a home problem. I think he has a feeling that, he says he doesn't like you, sir. And he has a feeling that you don't like him.
The reason probably why he don't like me, I'll tell you. See, I don't approve of these kids, these 15, 16-year-old kids with these hot rods coming there and picking him up. And I run him away every time I get a chance to. And he's been wanting a car, and I flatly refuse to buy it. Which I think I am right.
Well, I agree with you that some of his associates are not the proper ones.
That's right.
And I think that one of the things that we will insist upon ourselves here, among others, will be that his associates are the proper type. But
we can't keep them away. It seems like the ones that he shouldn't associate with, they just come there like flies. No matter what we do, we can't keep them
away.
And
older boys, they're 18 and 19 years old with these cars, and I don't approve of it.
Mm-hmm.
And I run them off, and that makes him mad.
Well, possibly his going to a school where he would be away and have a chance to meet some pretty nice fellows of his own age.
That's right.
And then come home on weekends. Maybe that'd be the answer to it.
That's what I think would be the answer to it.
Here's the thing. We're tickled to death and just as willing as we possibly can to help you work out the problem. I mean, that's what we're here for. We're not here so much to put these kids in jail or send them down to juvenile hall. We want to get them squared away and straightened out, because they're going to be the future citizens. There's no getting around it.
Putting the blame on me is not going to be the answer either.
I'm not putting the blame on you. I just told you that I didn't want to associate with them characters, and I don't.
Well, then it's up to you to pick his associates.
Well, I'm not buying him a hot rod.
No.
It's up to you to then take him places, employ his mind, do something.
Here, let me explain something to you.
Something wrong someplace.
Well, there's no sense everybody getting upset about this. I mean, the thing has happened. happened. Now we want to get it squared away. He said that you never wanted to do anything that he wanted to do.
It isn't that he really hates his father. He says he likes him, but he says Daddy doesn't like me. I mean, there's something wrong there someplace. He's always telling me.
Yeah, Daddy don't like him, and he gets in trouble.
I think the thing now is to try to get him to be aware of the fact that he's going to have to earn his right to have various things.
That is the solution to it.
Possibly in the next few days you could find out something about a school, and I'd like to have you come back to the Juvenile Bureau, if you would, next Wednesday night at our juvenile hearings. And I know this much. I know that I've got the boy's confidence in the fact that I think he's really going to try. And if we're willing to help him, you people and the police department, I think we can solve the problem. I think we can lick it. If we go out here and make a good citizen out of it, we've done our job.
That's right.
If we have to put him in jail later, in prison, we haven't done it. We've failed.
Well, one suspect is checked out and has admitted his participation in the theft of these explosives. And now we're following the second lead. We're at the home now of the second suspect.
Hello. Welcome to the police department.
I just got the call from
His mother is inviting us in.
Thank you, ma'am.
Walking now as I'm speaking. Through the front room. Into the young fellow's room. There he is, lying in bed. His face and arms are covered with cuts and bruises. Apparently he's been in an accident. He has a diathermy lamp going. I can hear the hum clear over here. Let's move right on in.
We're taken out of the studio.
Pardon?
I'd like to know what you know about the explosives that was taken out of the building in back of one of the studios.
Nothing.
Well, we know that you do know something about it.
Explosives stuff? I don't know nothing about it.
Well, I think you know what I'm talking about. Let's not quibble about what it is. You know about going into the powder room at the studios. And do you want me to tell you exactly what you did and how you did it, or do you want to tell me?
Oh, I know we got some, but we didn't.
How did you get in?
Well, that door there in the front.
You just pushed the door open?
Yeah, because I come running over there, and they said, look at this stuff, so.
Well, so far, you're not telling us all of the truth.
And then we went in there.
Let's tell the whole truth, son. The door was broken open. You're the one that did it.
I didn't break the door.
Well, who did? Which one did?
Well, no kidding. If I tell on him, it's pretty shaking.
What was the object of breaking into the building? You know it's illegal, don't you?
Yes, sir.
You know it's a felony, don't you?
No.
Burglary is a felony. So it's going to be...
I'd just like to ask you one thing.
Sure.
How'd you find out about it?
You were seen by about 3 different people down at the park.
All right. When it happened, we weren't even going to take the stuff. And then when we brought it down there, we weren't even going to... We wouldn't have shot it off, but you know how it happened?
Oh.
The one boy was lighting a cigarette, and it went in this box, and it lit on fire, so we decided to use the rest of it. And it blew up all in his face, and his whole face just got all covered up. And so then we decided just to shoot up the rest of it. Heck, it happened. We were going to just leave it down there and shoot it. We were going to save it for the 4th of July if we could. And then we decided just to shoot it off, and we shot it off.
You have to learn everything the hard way, don't you?
Your son, because of his injury, this accident he just had, we're not going to take into custody, but we will leave him in your custody. And if he's able to, we'd like to have him report in Wednesday night at the juvenile hearings. In the meantime...
Well, that wraps up part 2 of the missing explosives. Sergeant Perkins is saying goodnight, so let's head on back to our police car.
Okay, fine. Thank you.
Doggone it. I got my feet wet getting into the car.
Rain's really coming down now.
Yeah. How about those explosives, Sergeant? Can we account for them all?
Part of them. Tomorrow the day detectives will follow up and be sure we can account for all of them.
It's a funny deal. What do you think?
I think it's too bad those kids didn't think.
You are listening to Night Watch and following the activities of a detective unit on their tour of duty. The people you hear are not actors, and every voice, every sound is real. The investigations are recorded as they actually occur. We'll give you the final results of tonight's cases at the conclusion of The Night Watch. And now we switch you back to Car 5-3 and to police recorder Don Reed.
All units, attention all units. be on the lookout for the following stolen car. 1954 Nash, maroon in color, two-door sedan. License in the 8 column, 5 Nora 73850. That's 5 Nora 73850. Stolen car.
Did you get that on the hot sheet? Yeah, I got it. Glad I brought my raincoat tonight.
153 1609 Britton Place. That's 1609 Britton Place. Man assaulting a woman. The call is code 2. Car 51, assist 53 in this call.
5-3, Roger. Well, that should be right around the corner, shouldn't it, sir? Yeah. Well, we're supposed to roll code 2. That's using red light on this call, but since we're a detective unit, we carry the red lens in the glove compartment. We'll be there before we get it on anyway. Looking ahead, the woman standing on the sidewalk facing the other way. Now she's spotted us and turning around. Her pulling into the curb. Second young lady, probably her daughter, coming up to put her arms around her. She's outside right now, despite the fact there's light rain beginning to fall. Well, let's get over there and check this out with the sergeant.
He left in the car. I have his car license. That's all I have.
What happened?
Well, they can tell you better than I can. She's my daughter.
I see.
Well, really, they were just quarreling. I mean, he'd been drinking wine. He's drunk a whole quart
Who is
of
that
wine.
now?
My stepfather.
I see.
And we were all having a discussion in there, and so she wanted some more beer. So my stepfather and I went to get it, and he didn't want to get it. He kept telling me all the time that she was no good, and why did he need beer, and all this sort of stuff. And so I told him, well, don't get the beer. Let's just go back home. So anyway, we came back home, and we didn't have the beer, so she went to get it with him. So he's drunk. He can't even walk. He cussed me out. So Called she me went all and kinds got of vile names while we was on our way, and I got the beer and came home. And then we went into the little bedroom in there, and he wouldn't let me through. She asked him real nice. She said, just please let me go in the other room. Just let me alone. So he just grabbed her by the head and knocked her on the floor and broke the mirror and pulled the hair out of her head and spilled beer all over the bed and threw it in her face, and I don't know what all. He's been picked up before on the same thing. He's been down to the police station before. He just goes insane when he drinks. He just doesn't know what he's doing. He's capable of killing anybody.
No, it's the uniform car here. Just a minute.
Pulling in, the district patrol car. Sergeant Perkins is going to brief the officers on the situation.
White beating. Threw on the floor of the trailer. He's drunk. He's taken off. This is the one here. So you want to handle this?
And he just got me by the hair of the head, and he's choked me before. And if it hadn't been for him, I don't know if I would have killed her. And he's just nasty when he's drinking, and I've had to call the police before. It's a terrible thing, but I did, and he was taken down.
Come back tonight?
I don't think so, because I think he knew I was going to call you, and I think that's why he left.
Sober up and leave you alone?
If he sobers up, he will. But he's just insane when he gets to drinking. I've tried to get him not to drink that wine. He just keeps drinking. He drank a whole quart tonight. And he just gets crazy. I got a whole bunch of hair in there he put out of my head, if you'd like to see it.
Have you ever filed a complaint against him before?
Yes, once before. But he just gets mad at me for no reason, and he just starts to kill me. He even says he'll kill me. And he might do it. He would do it tonight, I guess. All that furniture in there smashed up. He's rammed in through everything in there. And everything. It's just...
Do you want to sign a complaint against him?
Well, the only thing I wanted you to do is take him down in jail until he sobers up. Since he's not here, why, there's no point going in further, I guess.
Well, you think you could call us in time if he did come back tonight?
Oh, yes, I think so. I'll get my daughter to call. How could I call when he's in there choking you to death? Well, you could call while he's doing it. Yeah, and when I get back, you could be dead.
Well, if he comes back, just to give us a call and we'll come right down.
Okay, well, I appreciate it if you come.
Well, here's the situation. The suspect who committed the assault has apparently left the area. His wife and daughter are somewhat reluctant to sign a complaint, and yet they're afraid that he'll return and possibly continue the assault. So Sergeant Perkins is instructing the crew of the district car to check periodically. And if he doesn't return tonight, these instructions will be passed on to the morning watch. Consequently, when the suspect does come back, he'll be picked up and brought in for questioning. Well, did I leave anything out, Sergeant?
No, that about covers it.
Okay. Let's get on back into our car once again.
Five 3 to 1. Unit 5-1 will handle the follow-up. 5-3 clear.
Roger, 5-3.
getting late in the evening, and the possibility of rain I mentioned earlier is here now. In fact, it's coming down pretty hard. We've been cruising through the alleys and checking on open establishments, an all-night market, several liquor stores. And now we're parked on the side street with our lights out, keeping an eye on the 24-hour gas station.
All units in the vicinity and cars 5-2 and 5-3. At Will Turn and Santa Drive, a woman screaming. 5-2, Roger.
5-3, 10-4.
Taking off now. Rolling out second gear. You probably can hear a tick, tick, tick. That's our windshield wipers. Then making a sharp turn. That flick you heard was our red light going on. A woman screaming, that's the only information that we have. We're moving out very rapidly. And as I started to say, as we started to make that sharp turn, it's raining quite heavily here tonight. The streets are extremely slick, and the car has to be handled with a great deal of care as we move along Washington Boulevard. Our windshield wipers are cleaning off the rain as it hammers into our windshield. And in just a matter of approximately a few seconds, we'll arrive at the location. Watching ahead now, assist in any way we can. Those were water holes that we heard. You probably can hear the water splashing beneath the side of the car as we're rolling down Washington Boulevard. Slowing down, coming into the area. Check that street. No soap. Looking directly ahead, there's one of our cars. Our other units that are answering this call, they're coming in from the opposite direction. There they go, swinging off beside us. We're making a U-turn in the middle of the street. Following number 2 car.
What unit was it that had a call?
I don't, 5-2, I believe.
5-3 to 5-2. Have you located anything?
No, we're looking around, I know.
Right across the street, Sergeant. Out of the car now. Rain is coming down now. It's beating down pretty hard as we're crossing this parking lot and heading toward a house, stepping over mud puddles. Under a tree. Get out of the rain momentarily and check, see what our officers are doing. They're spread out. Officer Ellis and Edwards are taking one part of the house. See Sergeant Perkins over here in the back. Let's get over here. We've got it. Here it is. Crossing this little last stretch here in the rain. Across that puddle. And up at the front porch, looking across, there's a young lady, 2 young ladies and a man standing in their night clothes. Let's get in out of the rain and see what the trouble is.
Yeah, we were both in the bed, and first thing I knew, she was standing up in the bed, and I looked right there and said, that guy, you know, my pants were laying right there. What I saw him do, he had the pants like this, and he just was taking off. So I just took off after him.
I was asleep. He woke me up.
Moving over in the corner for a moment. The victim here is so nervous and out of breath, it's difficult for the officers to obtain any information. But briefly, the situation is this, as I see it. A burglar slipped into their bedroom while he and his wife were asleep and was going through his trousers when his wife woke up and screamed. Subsequently, this man here chased the burglar but lost him in the darkness. Now, that's where we came into the picture.
You wake me up as far as that's concerned.
You come right into the house?
Yeah.
Was the door open and locked?
The door was locked.
So I ran after him all the way. After a while, I was getting on him, and he started to take those little alleys. But there, I got kind of scared. Right in the corner, he may stop and hit me right.
Can you give us a description of the fellow?
Well, he was about your height.
About 6 foot. Mm-hmm. What was he wearing?
He had a soft hat. He had a jacket.
Kind of a jacket. Color, did you notice?
Well,
was dark.
Dark or light jacket?
The jacket was lighter than his pants.
Sport coat?
That's all I can tell you.
Did you still have your pants?
Yeah.
Were you the young lady that screamed?
No, she screamed. I lived next door. I'm her sister-in-law. See, and I heard her scream. She was yelling for my husband. My husband ran out after the guy, too, but he was barefoot. And
Well, we'll get out and look around the area, and there'll be a uniform car here, another one to take a report from you on it. They'll be here in a few minutes. Okay. We'll get out and see what we can find for you.
Well, out once again in the rain. Wet and slushy out here. Let's hustle on back to our police car. Inside? Well, at least we're out of the rain anyway. We've been cruising the area now for about 20 minutes. So far, no luck.
Let's swing over toward the tracks. Take a look over there.
Okay. Gee, I sure could go for a cup of coffee.
Control all units. Cancel the want on the suspect in the 459 at Wiltern and Santa Drive. Suspect in custody.
Hey, how about that? Somebody got our prowler.
All units stand by.
Probably Unit 5, too.
Oh, I'll be darned.
Well, if this were the movies, we'd have got him. But anyway, we tried.
You have been listening to an actual investigation of a prowler call recorded as it happened. And now, back to police headquarters and Chief W.N. Hildebrand.
In the case heard tonight of the juveniles stealing explosives, a quick investigation was ordered by the Detective Bureau because of grave danger of injury involved should a large portion of these explosives be set off at one time. Fortunately for all concerned, the officers picked up the boys that night, and the following day our detectives recovered the remainder of the explosives. As to the disposition, the boys and their parents were directed to appear at an informal hearing at the Juvenile Bureau prior to filing a petition into juvenile court. In the incident where our officers responded to a call regarding a man abusing his wife, a periodic check of the home was made to be sure that no further abuse would take place. In the last case in which a man broke into a private home, he was recognized from the broadcast description by a passing police unit less than half hour later and was booked for violation of 459 of the Penal Code, which is burglary, the maximum penalty of which is 15 years in the state's prison. My department is cooperating in bringing you the on-the-spot action of Night Watch so that you may learn firsthand the real problems facing your police officers and the efforts being exerted to maintain public security. If through this program we're able to drive this home to the nation, then our efforts shall be well rewarded in bringing you the Night Watch.
Thank you, Chief Hildebrand. You have just heard on-the-scene reports of your police force in action. Every voice, every sound has been real. Night Watch is brought to you through the cooperation of the Police Department of Culver City, California, and is produced by Sterling Tracy and Jim Hedlock, with technical advice by Sergeant Ron Perkins, and is described in the field by police recorder Dr.
We're not acting like two kids, are we, May?
Why shouldn't we if that's the way we feel? Who has more fun than kids anyhow?
Oh, I wish next week would hurry up and get here. You couldn't do anything about rushing it, could you?
No, that doesn't mean I haven't tried. Last night I put on my bridal gown, closed my eyes, and said to myself, this time next week I'll be Mrs. Dan Sanford. Oh, Dan, you made me so happy. Don't ever disappoint me, will you?
I'll try not to. May I have something I want to...
No, not right now, Dan. There'll be no talking for the next 30 seconds. That's an order.
May, let's stop for a minute and be sensible.
Who wants to be sensible? After next week, I'll be sensible for the rest of my life.
There may not be a next week if you listen to what I'm going to tell you.
Never heard of better reasons for not listening to anything in my whole life. Besides, I don't have to listen, Dan. I know what you're going to tell me. You're going to tell me what business you're in. But I already know.
You do?
Certainly. And I'm going to help you. Even though I know your business is murder.
You're not nervous, are you, Dan?
Oh, me, Professor? No, I'm not nervous.
Nothing to be nervous about. You have the rope?
Yeah, sure, I have it. See? Some notes, just like you told me.
All right, then. Open the door quietly. You'll find your victim seated in a chair, his back to the door.
All right.
You are nervous, aren't you? What is it, Dan? The job or the girl you're going to marry next week?
I'm okay, I tell you.
Never mind telling me. Show me.
You just watch.
Very well. The door, Dan. Quietly. Hold the rope ready. That's right. Walk over slowly.
All right.
Now! Hey, you! Dan, you fool! Let go of the rope! All right, Billy. Take it off your neck.
Holy mackerel, Professor, this guy could have killed me with that rope.
That was the general idea of the dress rehearsal. Only it didn't work. Dan, if that rope were around Billy's neck properly, he'd have made no outcry. I've explained that to you a dozen times.
I tried, Professor.
Yes, I imagine you did. I would suggest you watch Billy demonstrate the technique. He's already done 2 perfect jobs on victims for me. Assignments on which he acquitted himself admirably.
Oh, it wasn't nothing, Professor.
I think it was. Now, show Dan how you do it, Billy. After all, he's one of us now. And he should be trained.
Holy mackerel, I've showed him 1,000 times already. Look, stupid. You grab the rope like this.
Yeah.
You slip it over, guys. And then
Never
you
mind
pull
doing it now. Show him when you 2 are alone. I'd rather you both left me alone at the moment.
Hey, you going to play that music box again?
The new music box, Billy. The one you brought back to me after your last assignment. Ah, it's a beautiful addition to my collection. Would you like to listen to it?
Yeah, I would.
Very good. Listen. Isn't that beautiful?
Not to me, it ain't.
Well, you wouldn't understand. Do you, Dan? Well, do you understand how these music boxes I have in this room represent so much to me? How they make me an individual, apart and above everyone in this world?
Well, I don't exactly understand that, Professor.
Very few people would. But it doesn't matter. Dan, I have an assignment for you. You're first.
Yes, Professor?
There is a beautiful music box, a most unusual music box in the possession of a man named Daly. I want it, Dan. Tomorrow night.
Yes, Professor.
The music box is in his safe. I'll give you a plan of the room and leave the rest to you. Daly is very wealthy. There'll be money and jewels in the safe.
What do I do with them?
You'll bring them back to me, of course. And you'll receive your share. But the music box you bring back, that belongs to me. Alone.
Sit down, Markham, sit down. Nice of you to drop into my office.
Thank you, Vance. Always glad to see you. I'd have phoned, except that this is something I'd like to talk to you about in person.
The district attorney making a personal appearance. Be careful, Markham, or you'll have a review of this meeting in Variety.
They'd have nothing to print, Vance, because that's exactly what we have in 2 identical murders which have occurred in the past 2 weeks.
Oh? Sounds interesting, my friend. What's the complete story?
It's just this. 2 wealthy men in this city have been killed, strangled by a rope. Apparently they interrupted robberies in their homes because the safes of both had been ransacked. We know a lot of money and securities were stolen.
And the killer left no indication of his identity?
None we can find. Sergeant Heath's looking for some kind of a lead right now. He's been working on the murder since they happened.
Heath's a good man. If there's anything to be found, he'll uncover it. What did you want me to do?
Find whoever it is who is responsible for the killings.
Mm-hmm.
Only I can give you nothing at all to work on, Vance, except that I'm reasonably certain both were done by the same man or men.
That isn't much, is it, Markham?
No.
I'll tell you something very strange, though. I'd rather have one little clue than too many. Too many clues are confusing.
I understand. I wish I could...
Oh, telephones have no manners, have they? Just a minute, Markham. Vance speaking.
Hi, Vance. It's Sergeant Heath, homicide. District Attorney isn't there by any chance, is he?
Why, yes, he is.
Oh, his secretary wasn't sure if he was going to see you or not. Put him on, will you?
Certainly. To you, Markham. It's Heath.
Thank you. Yes, Heath.
Mr. Markham, I think maybe we're getting a break in those rope killings. I checked the stuff stolen from both of the men, and guess what?
Heath, please.
Okay, I'll tell you. You see, both of the dead guys are not only rich, but they each had a music box in their safe. Not one of those 5 and dime things, but real valuable antiques.
Uh-huh.
I think that means something.
Yes, it might. Well, thanks for letting me know, Heath.
No, it's okay, dear. So long.
Bye. You hear that, Vance?
Yes, I did. Very interesting, Markham.
It isn't to me. Not until I find out what is meant by the fact that 2 music boxes were stolen.
You want to know what it means? I'll tell you. It means that the killer has made his first mistake.
The French doors are right there, Dan. They open to the library. The safe is in the library.
Thanks, May. You've been wonderful.
Haven't done anything I didn't want to. You're the man I love, the man I'm going to marry. This is the work you picked out for yourself, and I've got to help you.
You've been perfect. Getting this job as a maid in this house, getting me the combination of the safe just so my first assignment for the professor will work out. Honey, I can't thank you enough.
Don't try. I left the French doors unlocked before I left. Let's go, Dan. Let's get this over with.
All right. Here's for the doors.
Oh, I should have oiled them.
Nobody heard that. Come on.
Okay.
There. Here's your flashlight, mate.
Here we are. There's a safe right over there, Dan.
That's it now. Hold the light on this piece of paper for a minute.
Sure.
12 left, 13 right, 14 left, 1 right. The combination. I'll throw that beam on the safe now.
I'm ready. Put your glove on and go to work.
That's you. No fingerprints on this job. Just 1 music box in the safe for the professor and part of the money in the safe for us.
What's that, Dan, please?
Don't get nervous, honey. We're all right. Anybody interrupts us, I have this rope the professor gave me. I know how to use it, believe me, I do.
I hope you don't have to, Dan.
I know, I don't want to either. If it has to be somebody's neck or eye, believe me, it's going to be somebody else's.
Dan.
Huh? What?
I thought I heard a noise just now. A footstep.
I didn't hear it. Yeah. I do. Somebody's coming. You must have woke somebody up.
Let's get out of here.
No, you stay right here. I'm going over to the door. My rope and me are going to surprise whoever it is.
Dan, the doorknob's turning.
I know I said it.
What's going on here?
Nothing you're going to remember, friend.
Oh, Dan, don't do it. Leave him alone. Don't kill him. Let's get out of here, Dan, please. Dan, you've done it. You murdered him. Let's get out, Dan, while we have a chance.
All right. I guess we'd better. Only what'll the professor say when I tell him I didn't get his music box?
Yes, I understand, Ben. I understand very well what happened.
Well, I'm glad, Professor. You see, it really wasn't my fault. Had the whole job planned perfectly when that daily had to come downstairs just when I was working on the safe.
Yes, that was too bad.
For him, yeah.
For you, too.
Well, why, Professor? All I did was... Hey, cut that out.
The music box Daly had. It's still in his safe.
Professor, don't slap me around. I couldn't help it. Professor.
It's a beautiful thing. Picture of it was in the paper Sunday. A lovely thing. 200 years old. I could kill you like that.
Professor, please, give me another chance. I'll get it for you. Honest, I will. I'll get it for you tonight.
Oh, no, you won't. It'll be a long time before I trust you with another assignment. Billy will get me that music box. Billy won't fail me. We'll wait a few days until the excitement of Daly's death dies down. And then Billy will get it for me.
Honest, Professor, I'm sorry.
You're sorry. You don't know what being sorry is. I know. I don't have that music box.
Philo Vance speaking.
Markham Vance, I think our long association's begun to do me some good.
Really, Markham? I assure you I'm completely complimented. What's going on?
Have you seen the papers this morning?
Yes, why?
You probably missed this item, but there was a little notice saying that one of the most rare and valuable music boxes ever to come to this country is on sale at Joseph's Antique Shop.
That is interesting.
Interesting. It's going to break our case, these music box murders, Vance. But you see what'll happen?
Suppose you tell me.
All right. You yourself said that the music boxes are the keys to the recent killing. Somebody is music box mad. I feel that whoever it is will try to buy that instrument at Joseph's. Either try to buy it or try to steal it.
That's completely reasonable.
I just saw the item in the newspaper this minute, Vance. Will you meet me at Joseph's? We can work this out together.
Certainly, Markham, if you want me to, I'll meet you. Only I have an idea. We'll get there just a little bit too late.
Try throwing the rope, Billy. Throw it this time.
Holy mackerel, Professor. I'm beginning to feel like a cowboy. I do good work with the rope close up, don't I? What do I have to practice throwing it for?
Sometimes you can't get close enough to your victim to slip it over his neck. You see that statue on the pedestal over there?
Yeah, sure.
Throw the noose over the head of the statue from here. Throw it over the head and then yank it. The head.
Okay, Professor, but ain't that hunk of statue worth a lot of dough? You know, I'm liable to break it when I yank it.
If breaking that statue will help you sometime on a job, Billy, it's worth what it cost me. Throw that rope.
Okay, if you say so. Here goes. Holy mackerel, I done it.
Good. You're a much better pupil than Dan is. You did a good job, Billy. And as a reward, I have a special assignment for you. Tonight.
Oh, yeah?
An assignment that will give me a wonderful music box. And get you at least $15,000 or $20,000. What do you have to say to that?
Me? See, all I can say is, holy mackerel.
This is District Attorney Markham. The music box murder case concerns the killing of 3 men, all of whom owned valuable antique music boxes, 2 of which were stolen. We have no other clues to the identity of the killer or man in the back of the killings, but an item in today's newspaper telling of a new music box to be sold at Joseph's Antique Shop gave me an idea. And along with Philo Vance, I've gone to the shop and I believe... This is one time, Vance, when I believe I've anticipated what you would have done. We have a murderer and a new music box in this store. The murderer will want that music box. You'll either get it first or get a lead to him.
If you say so, Markham. I told you what I thought, though.
If we'd be a little late?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe. We'll know in a minute now. Coming?
Definitely.
Your pleasure, gentlemen.
We're interested in that music box we read about in the papers today.
We have an excellent collection of Chinese jade, should you care to see it.
My friend inquired about the music box.
Oh, the music box. So many people inquire about the music box. Could I interest you in some antique chairs, perhaps? We have some that are 150 years old, colonial chairs. Now, let me show them to you. Now, where are they? I'm so nearsighted. Did you gentlemen see any chairs on the floor that are 150 years old?
We don't see a chair that looks a day over 125 years.
Look, my good man, what about that music box? All you've told us is that several people were inquiring about it.
Oh, that's been sold first thing this morning, as a matter of fact.
Look, I want to know the name and address of the purchaser of that music box. Can you give it to me?
Why, yes, if you like. I don't even have to look it up. I can't remember a face or forget a name. As a matter of fact, the name of the man who bought that box was John Smith.
John Smith? Oh, that's too bad.
It is?
Yes. It's obviously a fictitious name. And any address he gave you would be equally fictitious. Well, I'm sorry I brought you down here, Vance. I guess we'll have to find some other way to look for our killer.
I didn't mind coming with you, Markham. And as for finding some other way to look for our killer, I think I've thought of a way to have him look for me.
Hold still, Dan. Please hold still.
Honey, that water hurts.
Water won't hurt anything. Gotta fix your face. It's pretty badly bruised.
It should be. After the professor slapped me around for messing up that daily job last night, he had Billy go to work on me. That guy doesn't fool.
Oh, sorry, darling. Dan, let me ask you something.
Oh, some other time.
Now, you'll still stay with the professor, regardless of what he's done to you and had Billy do to you?
Sure, why not? I messed up a job. I deserve what I got.
Nobody's got the right to hurt you, Dan. Nobody at all. I take that back. One person has.
Who's that?
I have the right to hurt you, Dan. Because I love you so much.
Vance, what's the plan you have for making the music box murderer come to you?
Oh, I'm afraid I'll never be a carpenter, Markham. Even though I think that nail I just drove into the wall will hold this pulley.
Nice evading of me. Second company?
No. It might be my secretary, Miss Deering. She might have brought some papers from the office. I'll see.
Good enough. Tell Ellen hello for me if you're not inviting her in.
Ellen wouldn't wait for an invitation. Yes?
You're Philo Vance.
Why, yes. Won't you come in?
I must come in. I've got to talk to you. Vance, you... Oh.
My friend is District Attorney Markham.
Hello, Mr. Markham.
Hello.
Maybe it's just as well he's here. Listen, Vance. Do you want to know who's in back of these rope murders?
We most certainly do, young lady. Who are you?
Well, the name is May Terry, only that won't mean anything to you. Now, listen carefully. There's a man named Professor Davis who planned all three of the murders. Catch him, and you'll have the real killer.
How do you know that?
Never mind how I know. All I'm telling you is that I'm getting even for something the professor did. And there's a stooge involved in this. Somebody named Billy something or other. He's the muscle man for the professor. He's the guy who uses the rope.
This is very interesting, Miss Terry. You know where the professor and his accomplice can be found?
No, but that shouldn't be too hard for you to find out. That's one reason I didn't go directly to the police. I came to Vance because I had information but no proof. No idea where this professor is.
And you say that the professor has an assistant named Billy who committed all the crimes?
But that's right. Oh, they'll deny it, of course, if and when you find them. But they did the killings together. The professor wanted music boxes. That's what he wanted out of the murders.
We figured as much. But you don't know where we can find either the professor or Billy?
No.
Well, it seems to me, Vance, that we're indebted to this young lady for her information. But she hasn't helped us very much. We're in exactly the same situation we were in before she came.
Not exactly, Markham. We now know what we only suspected before. Can you reach Sergeant Heath on the telephone?
Of course, why?
You'll need him to make an arrest, won't you? You see, I have a way that's guaranteed to make the music box murderer face the music. You're crazy, May. You're mad. You couldn't have gone to Philo Vance and told him about the professor.
Oh, no, that's what you think, Dan. Nobody's going to slap my man around and get away with it. I also told Vance the professor's stooge Billy did all three murders. You hear that, Dan? All three. And Vance, believe me, you're in the clear now. Get out of town fast. I'll meet you somewhere.
Oh, why did you do a stupid thing like that, May? You spoiled everything. The professor will find out about it. Neither of us will be safe then, would be.
Dan! Dan, darling, what's happened? Dan!
Hang up the phone, Billy.
Dan!
Mighty fine work, Troy. Here's our ex-ally, Dan, where he should be and the way he should be.
Holy mackerel. Look, that was a good toss I made with that rope, huh?
Yes, it was. And now, Billy, we're ready for our next assignment.
Well, what do we do about the dame this guy Dan was going to marry?
Well, we'll take care of her, of course. But our next move has to do with a music box.
Oh, again?
Yes, Billy, again. I have the name and address of the purchaser of that special music box Joseph's antique shop had on sale. And we're going to get it. From the purchaser.
Holy mackerel. He ain't going to have it long, is he?
No, he's not. And we won't be bothered with Dan on this job. It's just as well we got rid of him. I think he would have made trouble for us.
He won't make no trouble for anybody anymore.
No, that's right. Now, Billy, as for the job tonight.
Yeah.
We go to apartment 2-1 at 50 London Avenue. The apartment belongs to a man named John Smith.
Oh, you got the name and address from the antique shop owner, huh?
Yes, I did. We will go there. You carry your rope, and I'll bring some money. Mr. John Smith will listen to the way my money talks, or to what your rope has to say. A kitchen door is always easier to open than a front door, Billy. This one will be opened in a second.
Holy mackerel, Professor, you don't have to be so quiet. We banged on the front door of this apartment. Nobody answers. That means nobody's home.
We're less likely to be seen working the kitchen entrance, Billy. There. That did it?
Yeah.
One good thing about picking a lock, we can always bolt the door behind us and make sure of not being interrupted.
Yeah, sure.
This is John Smith's apartment, where we are going to get that music box I want. Apparently the tenant is out. And that music box is either in a safe or the living room.
Which we're in right now. Now, how do we find
Billy, look, on that table, the music box. It's the most beautiful box I've ever seen. Come over here, quick.
Yeah, okay, I'm coming. Oh, gosh, that is pretty, ain't it?
I want to hear it.
Oh, now wait till we get home.
No, I won't. I've got to listen to it now. I'll raise the lid. Billy.
Yeah, I know. It's wonderful, only not to me. Personally, I prefer swing stuff. Now, you take that, Deb. Hey, somebody's in the next room. Come on, Professor, let's get out of here.
I'm ready. I've got the music box. Out the front door, Billy. Hurry.
You'll have to tell me twice. I'm hurried. Come on, let's get out. Quick, there's a rope around your neck. I ran into a noose. Now, your hands are free. Get the noose off my neck.
Try
to get it off.
Sure, hurry. The quicker you get it off, the quicker I take you two down to headquarters.
Put your hands up, both.
All right.
Come on, put them up. We don't have all day.
All right.
Sergeant Heath, you'd better take them along.
Sure, DA. Anything you say. Come on, you two guys. We want you both for a lot of murders. And you both ought to thank your lucky stars that rope you ran into didn't choke one of you to death.
Yes, they should, Heath. They should thank their lucky stars for that. And we should thank Philo Vance for trapping them for us. Although I still don't know how he did it.
It is a pretty instrument, isn't it, Markham?
Vance, I want to know a lot of things, none of which has anything to do with that music box. How did you get the professor to come up to your apartment so Sergeant Heath and I could grab him?
I asked you two to be there. You were there, weren't you?
Of course, and we have their confessions. What brought them to your place? I thought they'd head for the apartment of whoever that John Smith really was.
They did. I was John Smith, Markham.
I beg your pardon?
I saw that item in the newspaper before you called me about it. Went to Joseph's, bought the music box, and gave the name of John Smith, but my real address. I knew the music box would prove a lure our murderer couldn't resist.
Well, that's fine. And I thought I was so clever in reasoning out a plan to trap the professor. That it was a fine plan, only you thought of it first.
Oh, I just got the newspaper before you did, Markham, that's all. I rigged up that rope and pulley in my place, changed the name on my mailbox to John Smith, and had you and Sergeant Heath planted there. Because I was relatively certain that the professor would come calling. And then, if he heard a noise, would be hastily leaving.
Well, Heath made the noise all right on your instructions, Vance. And the professor and Billy ran right into the noose you had fixed up by your door. I wonder how the professor felt when that rope was around his neck.
Probably he regarded it as an omen of things to come. When he ran into the middle of my rope, he knew he was at the end of his rope.
That's right. And we're at the end of the music box murder case.
Calling all detectives. A fog-bound ship carrying a cargo of gold. A gang of river pirates. And a cup of coffee. These are the exhibits on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, private detective. A private detective like me, Jerry Browning, learns after a while that anything can happen. By day, the riverfront is a scene of bustling practical activity. But at 2 a.m. of a foggy night, it's a dark, mysterious world. I just watched the freighter Julia Lane put out after guarding it half the night. The ship's owners had received a tip that a waterfront gang might try to raid it for a shipment of gold bars it was carrying to South America. But like so many other tips, this one had been false.
Hot dogs, mister. Sandwiches, donuts, coffee.
I looked up at the wagon, and the old man perched atop it. Sure, I'll have a ham sandwich. The old man jumped down from his perch, dropped the tailboard of the wagon to reveal a traveling lunch counter.
Coffee?
No, thanks, just the sandwich. The old man gave me the sandwich, inspected me with bright, shrewd eyes, then...
It's cold night. Here, have some coffee anyway, and in the house.
I laughed, accepted the coffee, and drank it. That's the last thing I remembered. Until I opened my eyes and found myself lying on the deck of a moving ship. I accepted a cup of coffee from a waterfront lunchman and found myself drugged and dumped on the deck of a moving vessel. I shook my head, staggered to my feet. Over the water, the fog was so heavy that it was impossible to see more than a few feet beyond the ship's rail.
Johnson, that you?
A heavy hand gripped my shoulder.
About time you came out of it. The next time you come on the Gray Celia drunk, I'll heave you over the side. Now get forward.
He cuffed me with his free hand and gave me a shove that sent me reeling along the deck. I steadied myself against something and found I was leaning against a canvas-covered cannon. From the other side of the gun, a voice muttered,
"Duck down here."
I got down on the deck, crawled around to the other side of the gun where a man in seaman's clothes was squatting. He peered into my face.
You the new hand, Eddie Johnson?
There's no spot for explanation. I mumbled, "Yeah, I guess I had one drink too many." The man grinned.
I'm Chet. You'll sober up fast enough when the shooting starts.
Shooting?
You really got a load on. You better keep on a Frank's way till you straighten out.
A bulky figure loomed over us.
Johnson, you there?
I scrambled to my feet.
Yes, sir? Call me Frank. How you feeling now?
I was feeling terrible, but I said, "I'm okay, Frank." Frank nodded.
This is your gun. That'll help you. Better check it now. We'll be overhauling the Julia Lane in half an hour.
The Julia Lane? That was the name of the freighter carrying the gold shipment to South America. The ship that was supposed to be raided at the dock. Jed plucked at my sleeve.
Hey, hurry up with that gun, Johnson.
I nodded, removed the canvas from the cannon, inspected the weapon. It was an anti-aircraft gun that had been depressed for level fire.
You can work it, can't you?
Sure I can. Get them shells. While Jed was gone, I rapidly checked the gun. It was a little different from the ones I'd fired at Jap planes in the Pacific, but not too much so. There was a bucket seat for the gunner, and a wheel to swivel the gun completely around while following a target. I gave the wheel a tentative spin. Worked fine. Well, I didn't know how I'd got on a river pilot boat or who I was supposed to be, but I had a pretty good idea of what I intended to do.
Hey, where do you want the shells, Johnson?
Up here, pile them in the rack. This gun's an automatic. If you fire a shell, the next one drops into place. The sullen dawn was breaking in the east when Frank came striding back to us.
All ready?
From my seat, I called, "All ready." Frank nodded.
Hang on. We're opening her up wide.
As the fog began to lift, I could see the figures of about a dozen men sitting or lying on the deck.
There's the Julia Lane. I'm going to hail her. Jensen, be ready to fire. Ahoy, the Julia Lane. Heave to. We're coming aboard.
By now, the fog had completely lifted, revealing that we were well out of the river and in open water.
If you try to send any radio message, we'll sink you. Jensen, fire a shot across the bow.
I spun the gun around so that its muzzle pointed straight at our own wheelhouse. A moment later, the shot carried away the top of our wheelhouse and the radio man. I shouted, "I've got a dozen more shells here. I'll fire at the first person to move. Cut the motor!" 20 minutes later, a boarding party from the Julia Lane was in control of the river pirate. And 2 hours later, a Coast Guard cutter summoned by radio took the vessel in tow. The next night, I was on the waterfront again because I had some unfinished business to take care of.
Hot dogs, sandwiches, donuts, coffee.
Come down off the wagon. The old man jumped down.
Oh, it's you again.
Yeah. Are you surprised? The old man shook his head.
Yep, knew who you was right along. Figured you could take him.
I stared at her. Who are you?
Jensen's the name. Everybody on the river knows Pop Jensen. Not so many folks know my boy, Eddie.
I was beginning to get it. Your son was supposed to be on that pirate boat? Johnson smiled apologetically.
He had the ID, but he don't have no more. Young fellows like that, fresh out of service, couldn't meet up with bad company.
The old man's eyes were pleading.
You won't do nothing about it, Mr. Browning. And I fixed it for you to save that ship. And my boy, he re-enlisted this morning.
I smiled. Okay, Pop. I won't do anything about it. But the next time you get any leads on detective work, tell me about it first, not afterwards. And that's how I met Pop Johnson, the man whose friendship once helped me to stop a revolution 3,000 miles away. But that's another story. Like I said, anything can happen in the detective business. About all you can be sure of is that when it does happen, it won't be pleasant. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives, mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, private detective.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road, and those who travel it wind up in the gut of the prison of the grave. This time I took a beating and gave one. The man who lived in the dock was afraid. Someone I never got to meet was murdered, and a knife-wielding crab was destroyed. All because a girl who hated the water took a boat ride in old Mexico.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of mystery, comes his most famous character and crime's most deadly enemy as we present The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore, starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's story, Mexican Boat Ride.
It was a rare morning, clear and clean. You know the kind that knocks 10 years off your age and makes you taste the sunshine in your orange juice? It was a day to be spent on an open road to someplace new and exciting. But a phone call I'd received had reduced my open road to Carmelita Avenue, and nothing more exciting than Beverly Hills. The house I stopped at was one of those you entered through a tunnel of dank, overhanging foliage on a flagstone path grown green with damp moss. A low, thick-walled affair with tiny barred windows hidden from the sidewalk. I pressed the bell, and a moment later a sallow housekeeper opened the door with what seemed to be a last ounce of strength. She squinted at my card and beckoned me inside. I followed her down a dusky corridor to a heavy closed door, where she signaled me to wait. The air in the house smelled thick and stale. When she came out again, she held the door open for me and motioned me into a room full of darkness. It became nearly complete when the door clicked shut behind me. All I could see was the vague form of a man in smoked glasses propped up on a bed across the room.
There's a chair beside you, Marlowe, if you care to sit.
Oh, thanks.
I'm Carl Estabrook, importer. You may have heard of me.
No, I don't think so.
Well, no matter. Marlowe, I have a peculiar problem. I want to know why my wife, Ona, was on a boat day before yesterday off the coast of Mexico. Think you could find out?
Well, if that's all you got to go on, I doubt it.
No, there's a little more.
Yeah?
Ona and I planned to take vacation together. But when I was confined with this illness, we decided she should go on alone.
Oh, then your illness is the reason for the midsummer blackout, huh?
Yes. If I expose my eyes to light at any time in the next few weeks. The doctors promised me plenty of pain and virtual blindness.
Oh.
It's temporary, but tedious to mend. That's why I need a capable man with sharp eyes.
To look into what specifically?
The paradox of my wife aboard a boat.
Mm-hmm.
She has a phobia about them. The mere thought of being on a boat makes her panicky. She drove to Ensenada, Mexico earlier this week, but believe me, her plans did not include boat rides.
Well, tell me, how'd you find out she was on one? She right?
No, she hasn't written me at all, but that's not unusual for her. A friend of mine got back yesterday from a fishing trip down there. The day before, his boat passed another with a girl aboard. He got a good look at her. He was so sure that it was Ona that he hailed her. The girl turned and ran inside. It bothered him to the extent that when he got home here, he called me to find out if Ona was in Ensenada.
Is that all?
And that's all. He didn't get the name of the boat.
Look, you want me to go all the way down there just to find out if the girl he saw was Mrs. Estabrook?
Right. What is your fee, Marlowe?
$50 a day, plus expenses. That's the minimum if I take the job. I don't think I will. When business gets so bad I have to do divorce work, I'll quit and write my memoirs. No, I'm sorry, but that's the way it is.
No. Sit down, Marlowe. Ona and I have had our share of difficulties, true. She's quite a few years younger than I and used to be a dancer. But, generally speaking, we're happy.
Specifically what?
I'm worried about her. Here. There's money in this envelope and a recent photograph of my wife. And there's more of both if the need arises. Incidentally, what kind of a day is it outside?
Gorgeous.
Well, then you can drive. It's only 250 miles.
Yeah. By the way, how has the importing business been lately, legitimately speaking?
You do have a suspicious mind, don't you?
Only when the situation calls for it, and this does. However, I can understand an imagination working overtime here in the dock, Mr. Estabrook. So I'll take your money and go on down to Ensenada and see if anything's wrong. But look, I'm giving you notice beforehand. If it turns out to be family laundry and nothing more, I drop it.
You're a reputable man. Just see that I get my money's worth, Marlowe, and you can keep the change. I'll expect to hear from you.
When my eyes adjusted to the dazzling glare outside, I looked in the envelope and picture of an impish, dark-haired woman and 5 $100 bills. For the first time, I realized what Estabrook had meant by keep the change. But it didn't help my attitude even a little. By 2 o'clock, I was on the road south. A late lunch in La Jolla with an old friend, a routine baggage inspection at the border, and then 70 twisting miles of lonely road brought me to Ensenada, just as the Mexican sun dropped into the sea. I drove past the piers and canneries at the edge of town, and then along the curving shore to the only hotel elegant enough to meet the demands of the woman I figured Ona Estabrook to be. After I'd gotten a room and cleaned up, I went to the desk and asked for her. She was registered, had number 74, and at the moment was out on the patio. All of which sounded ridiculously normal. And I thought again of an imagination at work in a dark room back in L.A. I thanked the clerk in crippled Spanish and turned in time to catch the end of a long, cold stare from a pair of frog-like eyes that bulged out of an otherwise handsome head on a man in a gray gabardine suit. I didn't think my language had been that bad. But when Popeye followed me out onto the patio, I wasn't too sure. There was no mistaking Ona Estabrook. She sat alone at a table in the far corner, a tall, minted gin drink in front of her. So I put on my best tourist-type smile and walked over. Well, Ona Estabrook, this is a pleasure. Enjoying your visit?
What? Well, yes, very much, but I don't think I...
Know me? Oh, of course, you wouldn't remember. My name's Marlowe, Philip Marlowe.
No, I'm sorry, Mr. Marlowe, but
You were a dancer, weren't you? Before your marriage, I mean?
Well, yes, I was a dancer, but you'll have to excuse me now. I'm expecting a friend. I hope you don't mind.
Oh, well, just one thing then, Mrs. Estabrook. Would you mind telling me why you were out on a boat day before yesterday?
A boat?
Mm-hmm.
Why do you ask that?
Because you hate boats. You have a phobia about them. And yet you were seen aboard one just 2 days ago. How come?
Well, how clumsy of me. I spilled the drink all over my skirt. Excuse me. I'll have to change.
That maneuver was as subtle as a bulldozer at work. When she spilled her drink, it was done desperately, and fear sent her running for the exit. I turned to follow her as she left the lighted patio and headed down a dark arcade. But a gray gabardine suit and a pair of pop eyes slid out of her chair and beat me to it. I waited until their footsteps faded, which said they turned a corner. Then I started after them. It was strictly follow the leader, but I didn't realize how many were playing the game until a knife point stung at the skin at the soft part of the back, about kidney high.
Stop, senor, and don't cry out. Don't even say ouch.
I turned and saw a mottled red face, ugly on a squat, long-armed body. The ivory-handled knife in his hand could have clipped my spine in one easy thrust.
You got a car here, senor? Come on, I speak English good. You got a car?
Yeah, I got a car. What's it to you?
I am Haiba, the crab. It's lots to me.
What's
Let's
your pitch,
go.
Buster? Come on, tell me.
Martinez says for me to keep a sharp eye on things, to be sure something is not wrong. It looks to me like something is wrong with you, senor.
Who's Martinez?
You going to play possum, senor? This one is your car, huh?
All right. Yeah.
Okay. I take first your one. Now, please to get in. You gonna drive?
Believe it or not, you're making a big mistake, Krabby. Besides, what if I don't want to drive?
Oh, you better want to drive, gringo. Or I kill you right here. Go on, drive. Ándale. Stop here. And now we get out. It's nice and quiet here on the beach, no? Walk over there to that old adobe wall. We're going to have a talk there.
It's going to be dull, Buster. We've got nothing in common.
Please, senor, don't make it hard on me. I don't know why you got to come and mix everything up again when time is running out. Why did you come?
I needed new huaraches.
Look, senor, you think I'm ugly?
You're no beauty, Crab, let's face it.
See, and I can act even uglier. Maybe I could go on the radio and make a big hit, no? Or maybe I make the big hit on your face. Oh! Don't try something, senor, or I kill you with your own gun. Now, the truth. You spoke to the senora about the boat. Why?
I forget.
Oh! Who are you, senor?
Private detective named Marlowe.
Oh, a private detective. Who are you working for? Dolph Bentley?
I never heard of Dolph Bentley. Who's he?
You're lying. The senora knows him. I heard her say Dolph Bentley won't make it tonight.
Yeah, he's lucky.
See, I tell you something else. He better not make it. Martinez is going to do business with one man only tonight. Now, you want to say something? No? Then I'll say it. You take what's going to be left of your face, Senor Bentley, until we get out of Ensenada and don't come back. Understand? Oh!
Wait a minute.
Come on, wake up.
Wait, stop the crab.
Come on.
Who are you?
Oh, it's you. I'll kill you.
Wait, take it easy with you. You're in good hands now, Marlowe. I'm a fellow American. You know, you're pretty lucky, you know that?
I am? Oh, sure, yeah. Where'd my pal go?
Oh, him? Oh, I chased him off. You know, it's a wonder he didn't put a knife in you. These fellows are mean with knives.
This guy was no slouch with a gun butt, either. Hey, where'd you come from, anyway?
Oh, down the beach a ways. I just finished working on the boat, and I was taking a walk, and I heard the commotion, came over to see about it. This guy was beating you up, so I yelled and started for him, but he ran.
Oh, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad somebody stopped him. Thanks very much, Mr.
Roman.
Oh.
Lou Roman's my name. Yeah, I'm pleased to meet you, Marlowe.
Thanks. You know me?
Well, yes, I took the liberty of looking in your wallet to see that devil had robbed you.
Oh.
It doesn't seem so, though. Yeah, because I got here just in time. You're a private investigator, I see. You working on a case now?
It's debatable. So far, the case is working on me. Oh. I'd like to find a guy named Dolph Bentley, though.
Dolph Bentley?
Yeah. Guy who beat me up had the idea that I was hired by Dolph Bentley. Did you ever hear of him?
No, I come down here every year to fish, too. Know a lot of folks around here, but I never heard of that one before. Why are you after him?
Well, he's tied up in some way to the crab, who seems to work with another guy named Martinez, who in turn is going to do some business of some kind tonight with somebody other than Dolph Bentley. I don't know. And it's all connected for some screwy reason with a woman who took a boat ride the day before yesterday.
Well, what about that? The woman being on a boat, I mean.
Oh, well, she can't stand boats. She's afraid of...
Oh,
my head.
Wait. Here.
Thanks.
I better get you some first aid right
away.
away.
It's a good idea. Holy smoke, my car.
Yeah, now relax, relax. It's right over there. Come on, let me help you out. All right, easy now, easy. That's it. Now, I'll drive you. Where are you staying? At the hotel, huh?
Yeah. Thanks, Roman. I'm still dizzy.
Easy, I got you.
I got to get back there. I got to find that girl, because she's up to her hairdo in a very nasty mess.
Listen, Marlowe. If I can help in any way, let me know, will you? You know, us Americans have to stick together in a place like this, right? That's it. Come on, let's go. Easy now.
Lou Roman, the hail fellow, was indeed well met. He found my gun and drove me back to the hotel. A long hour had gone by since Ona Estabrook had run from the patio, followed by the pop-eyed character in the gabardine suit. I tried her room, checked with the desk again, and from there spent 30 minutes peering into corners and balconies and getting nothing but indignant glares from Mexican lovers. So I left the building and started through the grounds. I worked my way from the stables up into a secluded garden deserted by all but a marble statue of Montezuma, who, when I passed him, groaned. In the dark at my feet lay Jaiba, the crab, his mottled face twisted into a tortured grin of agony. And sticking straight up just above his belt buckle was the white ivory handle of his own knife. Crab, who was it? Who got you?
Oh, senor, I am sorry what I did.
Never mind that. Who did this, do you know?
Oh, si. Dolph Bentley.
Now get a doctor.
No, yo, senor. Tell Martinez that Dolph Bentley is...
Crab. Yeah.
In just a moment, the second act of Philip Marlowe. But first, when you're 65, if you have worked in business or industry, call any office of the Social Security Administration for information about your old age and survivor's insurance. The account number that appears on the Social Security card identifies your wage account. The amount of retirement and family insurance that may be payable is set by this account. Now with our star, Gerald Moore, we return to the second act of Philip Marlowe and tonight's story, The Mexican Boat Ride.
Even as the life trickled out of the ugly little man called Jaiba, and his face, which had been knotted tight in pain, went slowly limp and he was still, I knew that I'd have to get next to Dolph Bentley before the importance of Ona Estabrook aboard a fishing boat off Ensenada would make any sense. Also, I knew that there was a good chance that said Mr. Bentley and the gentleman in gray gabardine, known to me as Popeyes, were one and the same. So I started back to the hotel. But halfway there, I stopped at the sight of a figure ahead, scampering toward an all-alone taxi parked near the main entrance. It was Ona Estabrook. I took off after her, when she was in the cab and away before I could get close enough to do any good. I tried the next best thing, which was a sombrero doorman nearby, who I figured might have heard the address she'd given the driver. Yeah, but what I didn't figure was that the doorman might not habla much English.
The Senora Estabrook. Si, senor. Her enters libre a minute ago.
Yeah, that's right. I know that. Now, look, where did her go? Which way in the libre?
Libre.
Uh-huh.
Oh, un momento, senor. Libre.
No.
Ya viene, senor.
No, look,
pronto.
Amigo, I don't want a taxi. No libre.
No libre.
None whatsoever.
Chico, no quiere.
Now, please, come here. Let's back it up a little, huh? Senora Estabrook in libre, right?
Si, senor.
Okay. Now, where did she go? What direction? ¿Qué dirección?
Oh, ahora comprendo.
Ajá.
The senor.
The senora. ¿Qué dirección? ¿Comprendo?
Si, senor. Senora Estabrook go to the pier, the fishing pier.
Which one? Which fishing pier? ¿Cuál pier?
The small pier, senor. The little one near the big cannery, the fish's cannery.
That's
senor.
all I want to know. Gracias, amigo, and... Uh-oh.
Senor, what are you seeing at?
I'm not sure. But even if I were, I wouldn't be able to explain it to you. Buenas noches, pal. Thanks a lot. I had been seeing at the silhouette of a man huddled close to the ground and slinking out from a hotel along a high hedge that led back toward the statue and the body of Jaiba, a man who I knew could be the elusive Popeyes. I followed the walk that was close into the hotel until I was on a line with the hedge, and I started after him fast. I still had a good 2 yards to go when he heard me and pivoted, so I swung first!
Why, you dirty...
Roman, wait a minute. Hold it. Gee, it's me, Marlowe. I'm sorry.
Oh.
Holy smoke, I thought you were someone else.
Oh, Gargantua, maybe? Oh, brother.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What'd you hit me with, Marlowe?
Everything I had. I figured you were Dolph Bentley, and as such, Roman, I didn't want you to get away with murder, literally.
Murder? Hey, not that girl you mentioned, Marlowe.
Ona Estabrook?
Huh?
No. The corpse is that item you sigged away from me over in those ruins. Somebody got to him with his own knife there near the statue.
Then I was right. I did see someone move over near there. Well, yeah, a couple of minutes ago, Marlowe. I was on the balcony outside of my room. It faces the garden here, you see. And when I saw you run for the main entrance, I had a feeling that you might be in trouble again, so I came on down here.
Well, then what happened?
Well, I was about to call out to you when I heard some noise over there near the statue. It was a man. He was running away fast, heading toward those stables. A man wearing gabardine, maybe tan, maybe gray.
Maybe Dolph Bentley. Thanks, Roman. You've been a big help. When you get back to the hotel, tell him about the dead man, will you? I gotta run. Stable was a robust left field as pegged to home plate from where we'd been standing. So by the time I got there, I was out of breath and facing nothing more important than thick darkness, a lot of hay, and a couple of horses who couldn't sleep nights talking things over. Until I moved around a corner past the stalls and close to the half-open door of a shack, marked both Cabina Telefono and the equivalent in English that showed a single unshaded light. And under that, a man standing alone next to a telephone, writing something on the back of an envelope. He was wearing a gray gabardine suit, and when he lifted his Popeyes from the paper in front of him, I knew the next move had to be mine, 38 in all. Let it go, Buster. Keep your hands close to your sides.
Just as you say, senor. I'd be a fool not to obey you.
You're so right, a dead fool. So keep that in mind while we chat, won't you, Mr. Bentley?
Bentley?
Uh-huh.
How did you find out who I am?
It was easy. All I had to do was listen to a dying man's last two words when I asked him to name his murderer. He said Dolph Bentley. Any comment?
Yes. You know a lot, senor.
Don't resent it, friend. I learned it all the hard way. Don't move, Bentley.
I was only changing my position, senor.
Which will be prone if you try it again. Now, what do you know about this whole mess and an American girl named Ona Estabrook, who I figure is no mobster?
Nothing, senor.
You're a liar, Bentley. Which brings me to the point. One, why the pressure on the girl? And two, what's so important about her taking a ride on a fishing boat? Come on, brother. It's getting late for a murderer. Start talking straight the first time out.
All right. I'll start with a question. Senor, how does all this concern you? You gain a percentage if the smugglers are not interfered with, perhaps?
We were talking about the girl, remember?
Yes, I remember. But you see, senor, I have little to offer on that score.
How little?
A single observation. In your country, senor, people who do not mind their own business are called nosy. Here in Mexico, we have another term. Asno.
Which means what?
Jackass, senor. Who, unlike the cat, cannot see in the dark.
But can try his best, Bentley.
No gun, senor.
Okay, amigo, no gun, but this. Asno. When Bentley met the floor and went out cold, I sagged to one knee. Stayed that way until the air rushing into my lungs quit sounding like sandpaper over a drumhead. Then I got back to my feet and turned on a bracket lamp on the other side of the room. I opened Bentley's jacket, slipped his .32 automatic out of its shoulder holster, emptied the clip, and stopped dead at the shimmer of light dancing on polished silver that I hadn't expected. It was a badge. Below his shoulder holster and pinned to his vest. Republic of Mexico, Department of Customs, Captain. I made a dive for the envelope near the telephone. On the back there was writing in thick pencil, which I finally figured to mean fishing pier near Cannery, 2 a.m. Inside, nothing. On the front, further proof that I'd never met Mr. Dolph Bentley at all, but instead it tangled hard-like with one Captain Juan Descartos, Intelligence Section, Custom Building, Mexico City, Mexico. While trying to revive Captain Descartos, the truth rammed into my mind. Ona Estabrook had rushed off for the pier near the Cannery, that Captain Descartos had noted is a good place to be at 2 o'clock in the morning, which was less than 20 minutes away, and a great time for me to get to my car and the pier.
It won't work, senor.
You're a bright boy, thanks.
Well, do you like the job on the car, senor? I think it shines well for the 8 pesos you owe me.
Nobody asked you to bother, Junior, but I'll see you later. Right now I gotta run, huh?
For 8 pesos, $1 you can ride, senor. I'll replace the distributor cap.
What? Come here, you.
But senor, it was very dirty all over inside, too. The steering wheel, black as can be. Look, I ruined my best rag cleaning
That's
it.
tough. Now give me that distributor cap, or you'll be the saddest pair of dark eyes between here and the Panama Canal.
Senor,
Oh, never mind. Here.
you pay me the $1?
Yeah. Just put the cap back where it belongs. Quick, will you? I'm in a hurry. Well, come on. Let's go. The precious 60 seconds ticked off before I was out of the parking lot and driving fast toward the fishing pier near the cannery, where I knew I was finally going to get next to Dolph Bentley and, if I made it in time, prevent another murder. But when I screeched to a stop away from the pier, piled out of my car, and ran the length of the oil-soaked planking to where a single boat was making ready to cast off, I saw one of the two persons aboard the small ketch was Ona Estabrook. The other was Lou Roman, haughty American fisherman. When I stepped aboard, our hunch hit me right between the eyes. I pulled my gun and pointed it an inch above his waist.
What are you doing here, Marlowe?
I might ask you the same question, Roman, or do I call you Bentley from here on out?
Marlowe, you know, now he can't kill me. Now I don't have to be afraid of him anymore. Oh, Marlowe, thank goodness you got here in time.
Yeah, hooray. The Marines have landed in the form of a private eye.
Cut it out, Bentley, and don't move. Oh, no, what do you mean about being afraid? What's your connection with this fisherman here?
Well, it was an accident, Marlowe. A mix-up in our baggage. Lou Roman and I both happened to stop for customs inspection at the border at the same time, and our suitcases were switched. I didn't notice it at the time, but when I got to the hotel, I discovered the mistake and went to Roman's room to correct it.
But instead, you found Bentley here posing as Roman, right?
Yes. He killed him, Marlowe. He told me he did.
That's a dirty lie. Roman's all right. He's in Chicago.
No, he's not. He's dead. You killed him. Someplace between here and Tijuana, Marlowe. He said I'd get the same treatment if I opened my mouth.
Then he's the one who forced you to go out on that boat yesterday.
Oh, no,
Stay back,
yes.
Bentley.
So that people wouldn't be suspicious, he made me appear at the hotel, in the patio there, and at the restaurant.
Well, why didn't you run?
Well, I couldn't. He wasn't around. Another man was. A horrible man with large eyes that never left me.
Yeah. So why don't you drop it, Marlowe?
No sale, Bentley. You see, I know that the horrible man with the large eyes can't be one of your henchmen. His badge says so.
What?
Badge? He's an officer, Marlowe?
Yeah, Captain Owner. Give up, Bentley?
You had better. There are too many men ready to take you.
Descardos. Where'd you come from?
Oh, I have been here quite a while. But your story was so interesting, I just couldn't interrupt.
When Marlowe took you for Dolph Bentley, Captain Descartes, you played along because you didn't know who he was. Is that it?
Yes, senora, and I did not find out until I heard Bentley call Marlowe a private eye.
You're not mad at me, Captain, huh? Even though I bungled your plan to capture Martinez, and not to mention our little meeting at the stables.
Well, senor, do not say that you bungled the job of catching Martinez. It was more a matter of priority. Por favor, senor, the tacos.
Of course, here you are.
Gracias. You see, Senor Marlowe, I am certain that one day I will catch Martinez. But not at the cost of letting a murderer kill again. But, Senor Marlowe, there is one thing that puzzles me. The murder of the one known as Jaiba.
Oh, Martinez' henchman. Well, you see, Captain, he knew that a man named Dolph Bentley was mixed up in this because he'd overheard Ona and her keeper, then called Lou Roman, talking about him. He wanted to know more. Also, he couldn't figure who I was.
So he beat you up?
Correct. Bentley, of course, only saved my life because it was an easy way to find out just how much Jaiba did know, after which he got to him. Enough?
Not quite, senor. There is still one thing. How did you know that Lou Roman was actually Bentley?
On a hunch, Captain. And by positive identification from you, Ona, when we were on the boat. But now it's my turn. I got a question for you, honey. Have you had enough vacation?
Uh-huh. Matter of fact, Marlowe, I wired my husband just before we came in to eat.
Oh.
I said the change did me a world of good. Be home tomorrow to stay. Love always. Well, Captain, will you pass the tacos, please? They're awfully good, really.
It was late the next afternoon, and Ona Estabrook was already gone when I checked out of the hotel. Said goodbye to Captain Dos Cardos.
Adios, amigo.
And headed north for the border, where 2 hours later I stopped for customs inspection of my baggage. It was dark, and I was only 50 miles from Los Angeles before I realized exactly what that inspection had meant. Because it was then, for the first time, that I noticed the little cowhide suitcase on the seat next to me, which should have been mine, was tagged differently. The name and address of a man who lived in Long Beach, California. When I got there, I kept driving. I knew I could ship it to him and ask for mine in exchange when I got home. Oh, yes. I'd had just about enough for a while.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, bringing you Raymond Chandler's most famous character and crime's most deadly enemy, star Gerald Moore, and are produced and directed by Norman MacDonald. Script is by Mel Donnelly, Robert Mitchell, and Gene Levitt. Featured in the cast were Mary Shipp, Harry Bartell, Nestor Paiva, Bill Boucher, Ralph Moody, Bill Shaw, and Jerry Farber. The special music is written by Richard Arant. Be sure and be with us next week when Philip Marlowe says...
It started with death on my doorstep and got worse when I lied to a sympathetic bull, was pistol-whipped by a gorilla with dimples, and fought with a kitten on the Keys. And it might have gone on that way all night if I hadn't been helped by the king of the beasts.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Pepsi-Cola, P-E-P-S-I. That's your smartest cola buy. Pepsi-Cola presents Counterspy.
Washington calling David Harding, Counterspy. Washington calling David Harding, Counterspy.
Harding, Counterspy. Calling Washington. United States Counterspies, especially appointed to investigate and combat the enemies of our country, both at home and abroad.
Tonight, the case of the Statue of Death. Another Counterspy report to the American people. Brought to you each Tuesday and Thursday by Pepsi-Cola.
Pepsi-Cola, hits the spot. 2 full glasses, that's a lot.
That's right, you heard what they said. 2 full glasses of sparkling Pepsi from one big 12-ounce bottle. You're getting an extra glassful. And what a delicious glassful. The most refreshing, delightful cola that ever tickled your taste. You can't top Pepsi's tangy flavor. And that big, big bottle saves you money, goes twice as far. Pepsi is America's big, big favorite. And America's biggest cola value. So why take less when Pepsi is best? Whenever you reach for refreshment, remember,
Why take less when Pepsi's best?
And now to Counterspy. Over the hills of Tennessee, the late afternoon sun was low on the horizon. A young chemist stood on the grounds of the world's largest atomic plant. Its grounds protected by high fences, its gates guarded by the latest scientific devices. As the young man walked along the grounds inside the main gate, he bent over and picked up a little gray cat.
Hello, Kitty. How's Mildred? Mouse catching business pretty good, eh, Mildred?
Hey, Pop!
Huh?
Look out for that dog outside the gate.
Oh, Mildred, here he comes. Easy, Mildred. Now, don't jump down. That collar will take your head off. I lost you. Now you're in for a fight. Here, boy. Leave that cat alone. Come here. Come here, boy. Come here. Now, let's see your cup. Let's see your cup. What's your name, huh? Ah, Tommy, huh? A beautiful collar you are, Tommy. Yes, sir. Fine head, good long, thick coat. Ah, your master's whistling for you, Tommy. That man outside the gate, he's going to scold you for running in here. Go to him, Tommy. Go to him, boy.
Tommy, some more
Mr. Morton, you're working on that little statue of St. Cecilia like you was Michelangelo and Angelo.
I certainly didn't hire you because you had brains, Stubby. It's Michelangelo.
Here's your Emily paper.
How does the statue look?
It's okay if you like antiques.
You'd never guess there's a vial of uranium compound worth $500,000 hidden in the neck, would you?
$500,000? I'd like to kiss it.
Well, kissing is all right. But keep this stuff close to you long enough, and you'll become radioactive and die. Don't you ever touch this statuette without a pair of these special gloves.
I won't even kiss it. But, Mr. Morton, them foreign guys you're in touch with, will they pay off in their own dough or good old United States greenbacks?
Stubby, you and I have lived in this dinky town 50 miles from the atomic plant for 2 years, planning and working. Finally, success. We're going to be paid plenty in United States greenbacks.
That was a slick stunt, all right, getting this uranium compound out of the gate and stuck in the dog's long hair with adhesive tape.
Yeah. The dog was so low and ran so fast, even the Geiger counter at the gate didn't register.
Boy, I done good when I hooked up with you, Mr. Morton. You got more brains than all them bank heisters and counterfeiters I ever worked with. But now we got this stuff, Mr. Morton. How do we get the statue out of the country?
You'll never guess, Stubby. Or will anybody else?
Yeah, have to be some way like nobody ever thought of, huh?
Remember every Sunday the past 2 months, I drove over to that mountain resort 100 miles west?
So?
At the big hotel, there's a certain guest I've been studying. A wealthy Mexican gentleman named Juan Sotillo. About 47, good character, and very religious.
Yeah?
He's visiting over at the resort, but his home is in Acapulco, Mexico. It's a famous beach resort.
Beach resort, huh?
And an ideal place for us to catch a ship for Europe.
Say, maybe we could stay a while there.
Stay a while. Our theft of the uranium compound will be discovered any minute. We've got to get it to Acapulco fast. And that's where the Mexican gentleman, Senor Sotillo, is going to help us.
Oh, I don't get you.
Now, we're going over to visit him, Stubby. Get the car. I'll tell you more on the way. Only about 10 miles more to the hotel where Senor Sotillo is staying, Stubby.
And what do we do then, Mr. Morton?
Every evening about dusk, he walks along the shore of a little lake in back of the hotel. There are rowboats on the lake. I'm going to be rowing in one of them.
Oh, look, I hate rowing.
You won't be with me, Stubby. I want something to happen so this statue of St. Cecilia will mean a great deal to him, so that he won't part with it under any conditions.
Look, Mr. Morton, you hired me to help you. I've been with you 2 years, most of the time with my mouth hanging open to what you do. Why don't you explain to me about the boat and stuff?
We'll see this evening, Stubby. But no matter what happens, don't come to me in the boat. That's what I want Senor Sotillo to do. There's Sotillo, walking on the lake shore, right on schedule. Now's the time.
Help! I can't swim! Help! Hold on the boat! Help! Hold on the boat!
Yes, senor?
Mr. Sotillo, I'm the man you saved from drowning last evening.
Oh, yes. Senor Morton, come in, please.
Senor Sotillo, I brought you a gift of appreciation. Let me show it to you.
Senor, it's beautiful.
A statue of St. Cecilia. It belonged to my mother before she died. Please take it.
No, Senor Morton. I could not accept such a beautiful gift.
But you saved my life. I want you to have it. I insist.
Well,
I will cherish it, senor. I realize how dear it must be to you.
Senor Sotillo, are you staying in the States?
No, I am starting for my home in Acapulco, Mexico, tomorrow. I am driving down.
I'll be happy to know, sir, that my statue of St. Cecilia will be going with you.
Thank you, Mr. Morton. And vaya usted con Dios. In English, one would say, may God be with you.
Elena!
Juan Sotillo! Oh, Juan, I've been waiting here at the mission all afternoon.
It is a long drive here from Tennessee, Elena. And I have 500 miles more to drive to my home.
Juan, I hoped perhaps this time you would stay.
Elena, I promised you that while I was in the States, I would think about us and come to a decision.
I love you very much, Juan.
I love you very much too, Elena. But listen and try to understand.
You know I'll do whatever you say.
Your father is a fine man, a proud man. And you are all he has left. I too, in my way, am a proud man. And I know he does not want you to marry me.
But we will tell him my life does not belong to him anymore. It belongs to you.
Elena, I am much older than you. Your father wants you to be the wife of a younger man. And because I am older than you, I know something you do not. If you defy your father, he will die of bitterness and shame. And you could never forgive yourself or me.
Juan, you are a fine man. There is no other man like you.
Elena, I have something in the car here. Something I want you to have.
A statue of St. Cecilia.
Given to me by a man whose life I saved. It was very dear to him. What better could I do than give it to the one I love as our parting present?
Juan, I will keep it at the head of my bed always. I will never part with it. I shall pray every morning and night that she will watch over you and protect you.
Goodbye, Elena.
Goodbye, Juan. Goodbye, Juan. I love you forever.
Mr. Sotillo.
Huh? What are you doing here in my patio?
Don't you recognize me, Mr. Sotillo?
Senor Morton. The man whose life I saved in Tennessee.
And this is Stubby, a man who works for me.
Hi. How do you do?
Mr. Sotillo, that statuette of St. Cecilia I gave you in the States. I need it back.
I do not have it.
Where is it?
I'm sorry, but I cannot tell you.
Why can't you tell us?
I cannot say that either.
Maybe this gun will make you think a little differently. Mr. Sotillo, if you don't want to be shot right this minute, walk out front to our car. Sotillo, can you hear me? Again, I ask you. Where's that statuette?
I will not tell you.
Okay, Stubby. Some more.
Yeah. You know, Morton, this guy can't take it no.
Hold it, Stubby. Senor Sotillo, Listen to me. The reason you won't say where that statue of St. Cecilia is it because you might hurt somebody if you did?
Yes.
Now we're getting somewhere. Who is that person?
I would never tell. Not if you beat me for 100 years.
Does that person have the statuette?
Yes.
Listen, Sotillo. I gave you that statuette so you'd bring it down here to Acapulco. I knew, with your reputation, no one would suspect you. But hidden in that statue is $500,000 worth of a certain uranium compound.
What?
The statue is not lead. If anyone has it who doesn't know how to handle it, that person will become radioactive and die.
Senor, you try to frighten me with lies.
You have read of the effects of the atom bomb, the radioactivity which has caused death.
I will go and get the statuette.
Tell me where it is and we'll get it.
No. And you must promise not to follow me.
All right, I promise.
On your word of honor?
Yes, on my word of honor.
I must drive 500 miles. I would stop now.
500 miles?
Help me to my feet. I will be back in 3 days. On my arm.
You better hurry.
Yes. I must hurry. I must.
Back to Counterspy in a moment. But first...
Pepsi-Cola hits the spot. Truthful glasses, that's a lot. Lot more value, lot more zest. Why take less when Pepsi's best?
More and more, among fellows and girls, among mothers and dads, you hear that sane and sensible question. Why take less when Pepsi is best? No budget, no allowance ever had a better friend than tangy, sparkling Pepsi-Cola. Because one big 12-ounce Pepsi bottle gives you 2 delicious drinks. That's twice as much tangy taste. Twice as much delicious Pepsi to go just twice as far. That's why more and more families say, why take less when Pepsi is best? Yes, families like yours and mine. Families all over America. They're all saying, why take less when Pepsi is best?
Pepsi-Cola so delicious, and each bottle makes 2 drinks. It is certainly the cola for the purchaser who thinks everybody's drinking Pepsi. Just compare it with the rest. So much more and so much finer. Why take less when Pepsi's best?
Today, tomorrow, always. Get America's biggest cola value. Take home a carton of 6 big Pepsi bottles. Insist on Pepsi at the store. And say Pepsi at the fountain. Say Pepsi at the stand. Say Pepsi. Whenever you reach for refreshment, remember,
why take less when Pepsi's best?
And now, back to Counterspy. In the dim main room of a luxurious Mexican hacienda, 2 men tensely face each other.
Senor Sortillo, I must ask you to leave my house at once. Senor Fuentes, I beg of you to let me see your daughter. I will not. You are right to be angry. But believe me, I would not come without a good reason. You are a man of honor, senor. You told Elena you would never see her again. I am her father. I forbid you to see her now. Senor, with all respect, I must see Elena. And I shall before I leave this house. Her life depends on it. Her life, do you say? You must have great reason indeed to come here now. To use such words to... I am sorry. You could not have known. Known? I must remember. Even now that you loved her deeply. That is the door to her room. Her room? Is she ill? The doctors do not understand it. But they say there is no hope for her. No hope? She's dying, Senor Sotillo. That is her room. You may go in.
Elena.
Juan? Juan? Are you real?
Yes, Elena. I am real.
Let me touch you.
I am sorry, Elena. So bitterly, terribly sorry.
Juan, on the table here, your statue of St. Cecilia. It has been near me all the time.
I don't know what to say.
I am so happy you have come.
Elena, I'm going to take the statuette away.
Oh.
I must.
Very well, if you must, but for a moment, hold it where I can see it. And you. Oh, I'll be waiting for you, Juan. Sometime. Somewhere.
I promise. On my word of honor. I must leave now.
Goodbye, Juan. But I'll be waiting.
Satio. Huh? Satio, wait.
What? Oh, Senor Martin.
You have the statuette? Give it to me.
You promised you would not follow me.
With $500,000 at stake? Stubby, let him have it so he can't talk.
Yes, this is Helen Ferguson, Mr. Harding's secretary. No, Mr. Harding's not here. He flew out this morning. He's already at the atomic plant in Tennessee.
Naturally, Mr. Harding, the theft of uranium compound from this atomic plant is a matter for the counterspies.
Well, Dr. Corning, what section of the plant do you believe it was stolen from?
Right from this laboratory section, Mr. Harding.
It's highly radioactive, isn't it?
Unless precautions are taken, it can be fatal. Pardon me, Mr. Harding.
Sure.
Yes? What? Yes. Yes, of course. Oh, that's awful. Awful. Yes, I'll tell Mr. Harding at once.
What is it, Doctor?
One of our young chemists, Selwood Parks, has just shot himself over at his house.
Oh?
And he left a suicide note addressed to you.
Let's get over there as fast as we can, Doctor. I want to read that note. I am killing myself because I committed treason, blackmailed by a man whose identity I never learned, but I followed his orders. I stole the uranium from the laboratory. Out in the yard, I picked up the yard cat. The man was on the outside of the gate with a collie shepherd dog. He let the dog run in through the gate, and there was a fight.
Of all the fiendishly clever schemes.
I petted the dog, but as I did so, I hid the vial under the collie's stomach with adhesive tape. The dog's owner whistled, and the dog ran out of the gate. It looked so natural, the guards paid no attention.
What a trick, Dave.
Now I cannot live on as a traitor. My wife, my children, forgive me.
What an end for a young fellow. If he could have given us just one clue to the identity of the man.
Maybe he did, Peters, without realizing it. In this part of the country, people prefer hounds. Not many have collie shepherd dogs. I want you to locate every collie shepherd dog within 100 miles of this plant. Inside the town, Peters, you can drop the siren. Now, go ahead and tell me.
Well, we've located 119 collie shepherd dogs within 100 miles of the atomic plant.
The owners all stood inspection?
The only odd situation is this family we're going to visit. 6 weeks ago, a man named Morton said he was going to Mexico and gave them his dog.
That's worth investigating. I'm glad you brought along the Geiger counter, too.
With so much uranium compound taped to the body of the dog, even though it was only on him for a few minutes, it may have made him radioactive.
Now, there's some trucks ahead, Peter. Sound your siren. Time counts. boy. This isn't going to hurt.
All set with the counter, Dave.
Move the dog over this way, Father, Peter.
I'll go with you, boy. Come on.
Now, let's try the Geiger counter. Oh, that's normal. Swing the dog over a little farther.
Come on, boy. There you go. Good boy. It sure is radioactive.
This is the dog without any question, Peters. Look at that needle. This dog will never live. Sorry, old boy.
Look at his eyes. I think he knows it, too.
Peters, you say the woman who has this dog now says that the man who gave it to her mentioned flying to Mexico.
Yes. I'll check any plane reservations made recently from around here to Mexico.
And contact the Mexican police. The thieves are going to want to get that uranium to some foreign country just as soon as they can.
Mr. Morton, I'm sure glad to see that boat.
Yes, Stubby. I'll be glad to get out of Acapulco, too. Not too happy about our disguises, though.
Well, it's the best we could do. You got the tickets.
Nice one, Stubby. For Europe.
Yeah, and $500,000 payoff, eh? Hey.
Yeah?
We ain't going to Europe in that little tub.
That's only the lighter to take passengers out to the ship. Oh. She's anchored way out.
Don't let that suitcase get out of your hands, sir.
Never.
Huh?
Get in line. We have to show our tickets.
Yeah. You know, I got to laugh.
What's funny?
Right in our hands, enough uranium comes.
Stop it. Don't you yell it out your hat.
Here's the guy taking tickets.
Tickets, please. Please show your tickets.
There you are.
You two gentlemen?
Yeah, us two gentlemen.
Want a porter for that bag, son?
I'll carry it.
Very well. Just a moment.
We're delaying the line. Let's keep going.
Stand where you are.
What?
A gun? And another one. Right behind you, boy. Walk through that door.
What is this?
United States Counterspies. Peters, I've got them covered. See if they have guns.
Where's one each, Mr. Harding?
Mr. Harding, I protest this treatment.
If I am wrong, I'll apologize. Peters, put the suitcase on the table.
All right.
Bring the Geiger counter closer.
Here.
Now, let's see. Papers. Some books. Shirts, ties. Toilet articles. Morton, what's this wrapped in flannel?
Just a statuette.
Hear that? The Geiger counter tells us that whatever's in this flannel is radioactive. Open up, Peters. Let's see.
But I...
Wow. Statuette of St. Cecilia. Morton, is this where you hid the uranium compound you stole from the atomic plant?
I don't know what you're talking about.
You blackmailed a man into helping you get it out with your own collie dog.
You're out of your mind. I never owned a dog in my life.
Just a moment. I have another way to make a test. Come on out, Tommy. Come on, boy.
He's jumping all over
That doesn't mean anything.
The dog hasn't forgotten you, has he? Of all the people here, he picked you right out. You killed him. Now he's putting the finger on you.
When your friends drop in, be generous, but be thrifty, too. Serve plenty of delicious Pepsi-Cola. Pepsi's big 12-ounce bottle gives you not just one sparkling glass full, but two. Get a carton of 6 and serve 12 delicious drinks. Yes, Pepsi is America's biggest cola value. You get twice the tangy taste, twice the refreshment, twice the Pepsi. So why take less when Pepsi is best? Whenever you reach for refreshment, remember,
Pepsi-Cola hits the spot. 2 full glasses, that's a lot. Lots more value, lots more. Lots more value, lots more depth. I take less when Pepsi's best.
Tune in every Tuesday and Thursday, same time, same station to Counterspy. Listen on Thursday for the exciting Counterspy case of the Desert Explosion.
The man-eating birds of prey that were used to execute a betrayer. The worldwide smuggler who used geometry in action to test salesmen of information. And the 3 pennies worth of sulfur that were used to trick the killer the law couldn't touch. Be sure to be listening on Thursday, day after tomorrow, to
Case of the Desert Explosion on Counterspy. Tonight's Counterspy program originated in New York and featured Don McLaughlin and Mandel Kramer with music by Jesse Crawford. Counterspy is a Phillips H. Lord production for Pepsi-Cola. Enjoy some Pepsi ice cold tonight.
Another case for Nick Carter, master detective.
Yes, it's another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, master detective. Tonight's curious adventure...
Missing Harold Ascot. For Nick Carter and the great kidnapping mystery.
And here's Nick Carter himself to tell you the story.
As you've probably already noticed, I'm not going to tell you the story that I announced last week. Instead, I want to tell you a rather different kind of tale. One which started as Patsy and I rang the doorbell at the rather magnificent home of Mrs. Philip Ascot, just off the upper end of the park at about 10:30 one morning. Yes? I'm Nick Carter. Mrs. Ascot's expecting me.
Yes, Mr. Carter. Won't you come in, please?
Thank you.
If you and the young lady will go into the living room, I'll tell Mrs. Ascot you're here.
Certainly.
Gosh, Nick, the Ascots must have more money than they know what to do with. Just look at this place.
Yes, Patsy. The Ascots belong to one of the oldest families in the city. Old and conservative, rich, but never ostentatious.
So I see. Gee, I wish I could have...
I think I hear Mrs. Ascot coming.
Oh, Mr. Carter, I want to thank you for coming so very promptly. I know how busy you are, but I really am in trouble, desperate trouble, and I don't know who else to turn to but you.
Why, Mrs. Ascot, I'll be very happy to help you if I can. This is my assistant, Patsy Bowen.
How do you do?
You do.
Now, what's wrong?
It's my son, Harold, Mr. Carter. He's been kidnapped. I found this note inside my newspaper this morning.
Well, what does it say, Nick?
It says, we've got your son. If you want him back, don't call the cops. We'll tell you what to do later. And there's no signature.
Can you tell anything by that letter, Mr. Carter?
Of course, the handwriting is obviously disguised. Half printing and half writing. Papers, good bond paper. There's a watermark that looks like a dragon's tail. The top of the sheet of paper has been cut off. A pair of scissors, apparently, as the cut isn't quite even.
Why do you suppose they did that?
Well, there was probably a letterhead on it, and the writer didn't want the paper traced, of course. But they didn't cut quite all of the printing off. Can't read what's left, but later on it may help to identify it.
It looks like hotel stationery, doesn't it, Nick?
Yes, Patsy, that's what I was thinking. I'll have Scubby make a round of the hotels and see if he can find the one it came from.
Oh, Mr. Carter, do you think you can find my boy?
Well, I certainly hope so, Mrs. Ascot. And I'll do my best. But in the meantime, just sit tight and wait until you hear from me again. Or until the kidnap gang makes its next move.
Oh, hiya, Nick. Didn't take you long to get here.
It's no time to waste in a kidnap case, Cubby. You're never going to be sure when the gang will get frightened or annoyed and kill the victim. Now, you find the same kind of newspaper here, you say?
I sure did, Nick. The same size, same watermark, and as near as I can tell from what's left in the kidnap note, the same printing at the top.
Good.
But what now, Nick? How does knowing the paper came from here help you any?
If the paper came from here, it's quite possible that whoever wrote the kidnap note was staying here in the hotel at the time.
Yeah.
And if he was, the hotel register may give us a further clue.
Oh, but the handwriting on the note was disguised, Nick.
Well, quite so, Scubby. But it's impossible to completely disguise any writing so that it may not be identified. Even when the writing's completely changed, there will always be some peculiar characteristic left that'll give it away.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Oh, clerk.
Yes?
Do you mind if we look at your register a moment?
Not at all, sir. Here you are.
Now, let's see. Young Ascot disappeared on Tuesday afternoon, and it's possible that the signature we want might be under Sunday or Monday's date.
Well, do you know what to look for?
Yes and no, Scubby. I've memorized the looks of the writing in the kidnap note, and I expect to recognize any similar peculiarities in the signature here. No, nothing here under Sunday's date.
No?
Let's try Monday.
Okay, right over here.
Down bigger. Here. Look at this one.
James Scannett. I never heard of him.
Of course you haven't. Neither have I. But look at that S.
Yeah?
And the J. Note how oddly they're made? This signature, like the kidnap note, is half written and half printed, too. Evidently the work of a man who learned to write late in life, and a man who never writes easily.
Oh, I see what you mean, Nick.
No question, Scubby. This is our man. Clerk.
Yes, sir.
Is this James Scannett in the hotel?
James Scannett? No, sir. He checked out this morning.
I was afraid of that. Do you recall what he looked like?
Oh, medium height, sandy-haired, little mustache. He had a crooked little finger on his right hand. I remember him because he asked a lot of questions last night.
Thanks, Bert.
Well, do you know him, Nick?
Why, yes, Scubby. But I sent that man up the river 3 years ago for a 5-year stretch.
Oh. Well, maybe he's out.
Maybe. I know a man who can tell me. I'll give him a ring and see. Come on.
Oh, whom did the description fit, Nick?
Sounds like Jack Vincent, Scubby.
Yeah?
Forger and a con man. An old-timer at the business. I can't see for the world how... Oh, pardon me for a minute.
Oh, sure, Nick. I'll wait here.
It should turn out to be Jack Vincent. This case may prove to be quite interesting for both. Oh, hello, Bill. How are you? This is Nick Carter. Oh, fine, thanks. Say, Bill, is Jack Vincent still up at state prison? Oh, 2 weeks ago, huh? No, nothing special yet. Oh, thanks, Bill. Good luck. Goodbye.
Well, what'd he say, Nick?
Vincent was pardoned 2 weeks ago. He's our man, all right.
You know, it's a funny thing, Nick, but while you were in there phoning, a couple of men went by me, and I heard one of them say to the other, I saw Vincent Grady's bar last night. Now, maybe that's where he hangs out.
You say you just heard that now, Scubby?
Yeah, just now.
That's queer.
Well, how do you mean, Nick?
Scubby, things are going a bit too easily. A notepaper that can be traced, the name in the register, the description, and now the conversation you say you overheard.
You mean you think it's some kind of a frame-up?
Might be, Scubby. Might be.
Well, gee, if it is, Nick, you better...
If it is, I'm going ahead just as I was before. Just be a little bit more careful, that's all. Well, they want me to go to Grady's bar. That's where I'm going. See you at the office later, Scubby.
And he fell for it, Jake. Hook, line, and sinker, just like you said. I gotta hand it to you.
And you told him where he could find me?
I said it real loud, right beside that stooge of his. I said I'd seen you in Grady's place here.
He's coming here now?
Yeah. I beat it on the head to let you know he was coming.
Good. We'll take care of him when he gets here.
Gee, you're awful smart, Jack. It ain't no wonder I couldn't go for you. But don't forget I owe him one, too. He sent my pop to the chair for bumping off that old rat of a watchman last winter. I ain't forgot that, you betcha.
Okay, Gertie, cut the gab.
Huh?
Looks like Carter's coming in now.
He can't see us where we're sitting.
Yeah, that's him. Hey, do I look okay in this apron I borrowed from Pete?
Sure, you look like a regular waiter, Ben. Hey, got a tray?
Yeah, right here.
You sure he don't know you, Ben?
He broke up my racket last year, but he never seen me.
Gee, we all got it in for him, ain't we?
You bet we have. And here's where right pays off. Watch it.
Oh, waiter.
Yes, sir.
Bring me a large ginger ale and Coke, will you?
Coming right up.
Well, Nick, lots of familiar faces here, but nobody I really know. Wonder if Vincent might have moved out of town after he had the snatch. Can't that conversation Scubby overheard if he did overhear? It sounds to me like...
Yeah, sir.
Oh, thanks. Here, give the change.
Thank you, sir.
Well, at least this ginger ale's cold. Doesn't taste that bad. There's an odd flavor to it, though. Must be a new brand of Cokes they mix with it. Can't say that I enjoy it. Why, it's clear. It isn't hot enough in here to make me dizzy like this. I seem to be... Nick, you fool. You've been doped. You've been...
Yeah, look it. He's out cold. Gee, Ben, you must have made it strong.
You bet I did. I ain't taking no chances. I put 3 of them in.
Now go on, Gertie, and get the car and make it fast. I don't want none of Carter's friends to come looking for him before we can get him out of here.
Okay.
This is the day I've been waiting for 3 years. Well, he don't look much like a great detective, does he? All tied up and gagged like that.
God say he don't. He looks more like a trussed-up chicken.
Or a dead duck.
And that's what he's going to be as soon as he wakes up. A dead duck.
You mean you ain't gonna kill him now?
No, there's no fun in killing him when he don't know who's doing it. I want him to look me in the eye when I send a bullet into his brain.
Oh, gee, Jack, I thought you'd let me kill him.
Nothing doing. This is my party. Private and exclusive. Did you get his guns?
Yeah, both of them. Hey, should we leave him here in the back room for now, Jack?
Yeah, he won't come to for another couple of hours. He'll be safe here. Now, you and Gertie stay here and watch him. I got some stuff I want to take care of. I'll be back by the time he wakes up.
Okay. Here you go, Mr. Master Detective. And there you stay till we're ready for you. Have a nice sleep.
And keep your eye on Gertie, Ben. She might forget and bump him off all by herself.
Nicholas Carter's office.
Well, this is Mrs. Ascot speaking. Is Mr. Carter there?
Why, no, he isn't. Has something else come up?
Yes. Yes, I've got another note from the kidnappers. They want $100,000 immediately.
Good heavens, $100,000.
Oh, what shall I do? Mr. Carter said to do nothing until I heard from him.
Oh, I've no idea where he is. He should have been back here long ago. You better just do nothing, as he said, until we hear from him. He's bound to call me pretty soon. Unless something's happened to him.
Headache that stuff leaves behind. Well, serves me right for being such an idiot. I knew what I was walking into, and I walked right into it. Gosh, but it's dark in here. Where's that? What's that?
You sent my pop to the check. You'll never send nobody else there. Because you ain't gonna live no longer. I'm gonna fix you right now. I'm gonna... What the...
Sorry to have to be so rough with you, lady. With a smile like for yours. You're only stunned. Now, if I can reach that knife she dropped before she gets her senses back, I can cut these ropes and get free. Just a little more. If I could only see behind my back. Oh, where is that knife? I want to be able to reach it now. Just... Now I've got this rope on my wrist. A little bit more. There, that's got it. Now for the leg ropes.
Oh.
Quiet, you. You try to call for help, I'll be forced to kill you.
How did you...
I heard you coming in, so I sat up, stuck my legs out, and tripped you. You dropped your knife. I knocked your head on the floor, and I stunned you. Then I found the knife, cut my ropes. Now I'm getting out of here.
Oh, no, you can't. Jack will kill me. He'll murder me.
Should have thought of that before. Now, don't try anything. Your friends overlooked this little pistol I carry in my shoulder holster. It's very small, but effective, I assure you.
What are you going to do?
Why'd you dope and bring me here? To kill me?
Well, Jack and Ben were scared you'd try to break up their plans for the kidnap job.
I knew it. Now listen carefully. Who else is in this house now?
Only Ben. He's in the next room.
Good. Now, when I tell you to, call Ben. Tell him you're afraid I'm waking up. Ask him to come in here, but don't you warn him.
You want me to ask him to come in here?
Yes, but no funny business. Now call him.
All right. Ben?
What do you want?
I think Nick Carter's waking up. You better come have a look at him.
You're quick?
Yeah.
Okay, don't touch him. You wait till Jack gets back and then...
Over there, hands! I warned you. Now stand aside. I'm leaving here, and don't try to stop me. I'll be seeing you both later, under different circumstances. How do you do, Miss Boone?
Nick, where in the world have you been? We've been waiting for you for hours.
Sorry, Patsy. Anything special been going on?
Anything special? I should say so. Mrs. Ascot has called 5 times. She got a note from the kidnappers telling her it would cost her $100,000 to get her son back. And she's going crazy, waiting for you to tell her what to do.
Hey, Patsy, have you heard anything
From me, Scubby?
Well, Nick, what happened to you?
Jack Vincent laid a trap for me, and I walked into it.
Did you learn anything?
No, Scubby, I didn't. Except that it all has to do with the kidnap case we're working on.
Well, did you have any trouble, Nick?
Well, depends on what you call trouble, Scubby. And more of that later. Now, what about Mrs. Ascot?
Well, she wants you to call her as soon as you come in. I'll get her for you.
All right, Patsy. We got to move fast. Maybe too late even now. My being there and getting away doesn't help any.
Mrs. Ascot, just a minute, please. Here she is, Nick.
All right. Hello, Mrs. Ascot. Sorry I've been held up where you couldn't get hold of me. What's up?
Oh, Mr. Carter, I received a note from my son. It says that I'll have to pay his kidnappers $100,000 if I want to get him back. The note also says that I've got to take you off the case or he will be killed. He says that so far they've not mistreated him, but he begs me to pay the money and get him free.
Is the note in your son's handwriting?
Oh, yes, I'm sure of that. What shall I do, Mr. Carter?
Or does the note give you any way of getting in touch with him?
Yes, it says to put an ad in the personal column of the Clarion, addressed to safety, and let them know what I decide.
Good. Put the ad in the Clarion. Tell them you're willing to pay the money and ask them how they want it paid.
All right, Mr. Carter, but how about, what they have to say about getting rid of you? You know what
I understand, Mrs. Ascot. Tell them in the ad that you'll guarantee that I'll have nothing further to do with the case.
Oh, but that would be a lie, wouldn't it?
Yes, of course it would. But would you prefer that the kidnappers kill your son?
Oh, no, of course not, Mr. Carter.
All right, then. Put the ad in just as I said. And let me know the minute you get an answer. Then we'll plan our next step.
Oh, Mr. Carter, I'm so glad you come. An answer to the ad that I put in the paper just came in the morning mail. Here it is.
Thank you. On Route 77B, 5 2/10 miles north of Route 31, is a large single oak tree right beside the road. It's the only tree around. Make up a bundle of $10, $20, and $50 bills, $100,000 in all. Throw the bundle out at the foot of the tree this afternoon at 5 o'clock sharp. Drive by it not less than 25 miles an hour, and do not stop. Your son will be sent back to you tomorrow morning. He'll be alive if you follow directions. He'll be dead if you don't.
Gosh.
Mm-hmm. Patsy, where's that map I asked you to bring along?
Well, here it is, Nick. Well, I still don't know how you could tell what section of the state we're going to need a map of.
Well, Patsy, when I went back to the gang's hideout yesterday afternoon, it was deserted. The only things I could find that interested me were a rough draft of the original kidnap note made in the back of an envelope addressed to Jack Vincent.
Mm-hmm.
And also a timetable showing trains running to a certain part of the state.
Well, what part was that, Nick?
The part I asked you to bring the map of. Very simple.
Very simple. To you.
Well, where is it?
Here.
Now, let's see. Route 77B is here. Route 316 crosses it right here. It's about 45 miles out of the city, in a very thinly settled section.
What shall we do about it, Mr. Carter?
We'll do just exactly as the note says. Have your bankers make up the bundle of $100,000 in 10s, 20s, and 50s.
Yes.
Take Patsy with you, and have your chauffeur drive you up to the spot designated in this note. Throw the bundle out, and then leave the rest to me.
Well, I'm sure glad it's clear today. Otherwise, we'd be out of luck.
See anything, Scubby?
No, not yet. Hey, Nick, do you suppose anything has gone wrong?
No, I doubt it. I've entire faith in Patsy's ability to follow instructions.
Gee, sure is sort of deserted around here, isn't it?
Yes. Only a few scattered houses and very little traffic. Oh, here, Scubby, suppose you take over the controls of the plane for a while I take the glasses and have a look around.
Oh, sure, Nick. Here you are.
Thanks. Got the stick?
Yeah. All set.
These glasses are really high-powered, aren't they? Hey, I think I can... Yes, there they are. And right on time.
Are you sure this is the right road, James?
Yes, Miss Ascot, this is the right road.
Oh, I'd feel so much safer if Mr. Carter were here. Why, if any little thing were to go wrong, it might mean my boy's life.
That's why I'm here, Mrs. Ascot. Just to see that nothing does go wrong.
The place you want is about a half a mile ahead, Mrs. Ascot.
Oh, dear, so soon? Oh, I'm all of a jitter, Miss Bow, and you'll have to throw the package out. I just can't do it.
Now, don't you worry, Mrs. Ascot. I'll take care of everything. Slow down just a little, will you please, James?
Yes, miss.
I wish I knew how Nick is planning to get the money back. The gang could go anywhere from here, and we'd never know where it was.
Oh, I hope Mr. Carter won't do anything to interfere with my getting my boy back. He's worth all the money I have.
You can trust Nick to do the right thing. There's the tree, just ahead.
Oh.
Now, help me up with the package.
All right.
Careful now. I'm going to let it go out the window. Here it goes. Well, that's that.
Oh, you're wonderful, Miss Bowen.
Did you see anybody?
No, nobody. Not a soul around here anywhere.
I still can't see anybody. The bundle is still right by the side of the road where it fell. Oh, heck, this curve cuts off the view entirely.
Well, at least we've done our part.
Yes, we've done our part. The rest is up to Nick.
Yep, those are Nick's orders, Sheriff. Drive as close to the house as you can and then park your car in the bushes just off the road.
Okay. Where's Carter now?
Oh, well, he went on ahead to get the layout of the place. Wants to get his plan set by the time we get there.
I don't understand how you know them fellas are hiding out there. You say neither you nor Carter's ever been near the house.
Well, I'll tell you, Sheriff. It's really very simple. When Mrs. Ascot dropped the bundle of money out of her car this afternoon, Nick and I were overhead in Nick's plane watching everything through his extra high-powered field glasses. Yeah. We saw the crooks come and pick up the money, and then we watched them beat it back to the farmhouse. They took every back road and cow path they could find to keep from being followed, but we could see them, no matter where they went. Yeah, all the time the one man that they were really afraid of was up there over their heads watching it.
Hey, that's quite a stunt. I've heard tell this Nick Carter's quite a feller. Darn if I don't believe it now.
Well, darn, if you don't, had better.
Well, we better stop here, huh? Don't dare go no closer to the house with the car. I'll just run her off into the bushes here, huh?
Well, I wonder where Nick is. He ought to be here any minute.
Yeah.
So far, so good. Haven't seen me yet. Yeah, this is the window where the boys would be, if I'm right.
too dark to see what's inside the room. I'll have to take a chance and climb through the window and see for myself. Locked. I ought to be able to slip the latch on an old window like this. This knife will do it, I think. There. Hope my luck holds a little while longer. I guess it's safe to use my flashlight here. Yeah, there he is. Oh, Harold. Harold.
Oh.
Quiet. Not a sound. Keep that sugar quiet. You all right?
Yeah. Caught a pretty bad cold yesterday, though. But who are you? You're not one of the kidnappers.
No. I'm not one of the gang. I'm Nick Carter.
Nick Carter?
Yes.
Gee, I've heard of you. You're going to save me, huh?
That's just what I'm going to do. And I'll get these ropes off your arms and legs first. There we are. Feel better?
Gosh, yes.
Now see if you can stand up.
Well, it's not very easy yet, but I'll be all right.
Good boy. Now, we got to get you out of here pronto before one of the gang comes up to have a look at you.
All right. How do we get out?
Out of the window, same as I came in. All right, come on now. Quiet.
Okay. Whatever you say, Mr. Carter.
Climb out the window onto the roof. Easy now. Easy. That's the boy.
Gee, it's dark out here. Can't see anything, hardly.
Just follow me. There's a post in the corner of the porch we can slide down. I came up it. Careful now. There it is. Here we are.
Okay. I'll come right behind you. You go ahead, Mr. Carter.
Not Mr. Carter, Harold. Just call me Nick.
Gosh, Nick. Am I going to have something to tell the fellas when I get back home?
All right. Here we come. That's the boy.
Gee, that was easy, wasn't it?
All right, son?
Sure. Let's get going away from here.
All right. My friend Scubby and the sheriff ought to be over there on the edge of the brush.
Hey, is that you, Nick?
Yes, Scubby. And I have the boy, too.
Suffering catfish, Mr. Carter. How in heaven's name do you get him out of there without getting caught?
It was easy. Nick's a good detective. I bet he can do anything.
Well, thanks for the plug, Harold. Now, here's my idea. Are the three of them still in the living room where they were a few minutes ago?
Yeah, I just took a look and they're still there.
What's your idea, Carter?
Well, this is it. They think Harold is still tied up nice and snug in his attic room. Now, if they should happen to hear him out here in front of the house, they'd probably come rushing out to see what's up, wouldn't they?
Sure. Go on, Nick.
Well, I don't want any shooting if I can help it. Somebody might get hurt. So you and I will stand one on each side of the front door, Scubby, while the sheriff goes around to the back door, ready to come up from behind them. And Harold will stand out here in front of the house and shout good and loud. They'll come out to see what's what, and we'll poke our guns on their backs. No shooting, no trouble. All nice and simple.
Gee, that's swell. What'll I yell, Nick?
Oh, whatever comes into your head. Anything at all. Okay, Sheriff?
Yep. Sounds nice and simple. If it works, well, here goes the rear guard.
Come on, Scubby, and get your guns ready.
Okay.
And Harold, if anything goes wrong, you run for the woods. They'll never find you out there at a back night like this.
Okay, Nick. When do I yell?
Count 5 slowly. That'll give Scubby and me time to get into position beside the door.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Rangeville of the Mounted. Yippee! Whoa!
What the hell is the kid doing out here? Get your hands on him fast. Don't try reaching for your guns. We've got you surrounded. Nick Carter, how did you... Just keep those hands in the air, Vincent. All right, Scubby, get the guns.
Okay, Nick. Only one on Ben, and 2 on our friend Jack.
All right, just come along here. Now, stop it. Why this gal trying to skip out the back way, so I brought her along? She belongs to this outfit?
Well, I'll say she does. She was the one who watched me while the men went out for the money.
Well, looks like we got everything, don't it?
Yes, certainly does, Sheriff. Everything but the ransom money, which must be here in the house somewhere.
Nick, can I hold a gun on one of them?
Why, sure, son. Here, take Jack's gun. And keep it pointed right at him all the time.
Hey, Carter, don't let that kid have that gun. We don't know nothing about guns. It might go off and somebody get hurt.
You're quite right, Vincent. But would it interest you to know that I wouldn't care if it did? As far as I'm concerned, kidnappers are pretty filthy things. The lowest of the low.
Oh, Mr. Carter, How can I ever repay you for what you've done for me and my boy?
Well, I'm very happy that we were able to get the boy back for you, Mrs. Ascot. And the money, too.
Oh, please tell me how much I owe you, Mr. Carter. I want to send you a check at once, a big one.
You owe me nothing, Mrs. Ascot.
Oh, but Mr. Carter...
If you really want to repay me, I suggest that you put at least an extra $10,000 into war bonds in this fourth war loan drive and give the bonds to the Associated Boys Clubs of the city. I can think of no better way to spend money right now. Buying the bonds helps the boys who are fighting for us today. And giving the bonds to the boys' clubs helps the boys of tomorrow. It's a wonderful combination.
What'll you have? Pabst Blue Ribbon, Pabst Blue Ribbon beer.
And now, Pabst Blue Ribbon presents transcribed Frank Lovejoy in
Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star. You know, it's a funny thing, a night off. When they give you a whole night not to care whether the presses turn or not, you're like an old horse that's saddle broke. You don't know any direction but the way back to the barn. A great yawning city, the greenest pasture in the world, and I didn't know where to start. What did people do when they weren't working? It was habit, I guess. It took me to Rush Street with its little nightclubs and cabarets. People always seemed to have fun on Rush Street. And besides, you could feel comfortable sitting alone at a bar in the hazy gloom.
Randy, it's good to see you. What'll it be?
Well, I'll leave it up to you, Gus. Make it something festive.
What's up? You win the Pulitzer Prize?
Oh, no, it's my night off.
Oh, night off, huh?
Yeah.
Well, what are you doing out alone? You ought to get yourself a date. A night off is no good without a girl.
Well, do you know how many girls sit by the telephone waiting for a guy that's half owl and half newspaper man to call? The statistics would startle you.
Well, just the same, it seems to me you ought to have some special girl, a nice fella like you.
Why, Gus.
No, I mean it. Now look at me. I'm no great shakes. I've been tending bar all my life. And that ain't no occupational congenial connubial bliss. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But come September, I've been married 10 years.
Oh, that's good. That's great. I envy you.
Well, that's what I'm getting at. That's my point. I'm just an ordinary guy, see, and I got a girl. Now, it seems to me that a guy like you in an exciting job that takes him around where he meets a lot of dolls, you know what I'm getting at?
Yeah, I do, and I wish I didn't.
Now, in my business, I meet all kinds. Good Joes, bums, class. You get so you can tell who fits with who.
Yeah, well, that figures.
Well, that's exactly what I said to myself when you walk in. Randy and her. It figures. The same type. Intelligent, mature. And she's good looking.
Look, Gus, it's a little early in the evening to get befuddled, and I'm afraid I don't follow you. Who's good looking?
Why, that girl down there at the end of the bar, sitting all by herself.
Oh, that brunette in the white dress?
Yeah. What do you think? You like to take her out tonight?
Well, I could get used to the idea. You know her?
Well, no, I don't know, but I...
Oh, well, then why bring it up?
Oh, now, Randy, don't get sore. I was only thinking of you.
Well, then mix me a drink. That's all I came in for.
Oh, okay, Randy, you bet. But a drink ain't the answer, no, sir. Can't nothing make a man feel high like when a woman looks at him. In a special way. You know what I mean?
It was a pleasing thought and a disturbing one. As Gus worked his magic alchemy back at the bar, I worked on the idea, and from time to time I looked at her in the mirror. She was studying her drink pensively, kind of sad, turning the glass round and round in her hand as though she had something deep on her mind. I was openly staring at her when her eyes met mine in the mirror. Her face became suddenly animated, and she smiled at me.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm superstitious about drinking alone.
Oh, what a coincidence, so am I.
Life's full of coincidences.
Believe me, I'm all for it.
Well, not in your eye.
To you.
No. Tonight it's to you. Just to you. You're wondering about me, aren't you?
How do you mean?
When a girl sits alone at a bar, men get all kinds of impulses about her. Some want to protect her. Well, what did you think when I smiled at you in the mirror?
Well, I guess you summed it up.
You're lonesome, aren't you?
Well...
Lots of people are lonely. Do you mind if I call you John?
Well, it's a good plain American name, but my name happens to be Randy.
I'll call you John. You call me Mary.
Mary, Smith?
How did you know?
Instinct.
What?
Well, what?
You haven't asked me why I'm alone tonight.
Well, I figured that was your own business.
I was stood up. I had a date, but he didn't come.
Well, he should have his head examined.
That was the right line, John.
Well, I try, Mary, but I don't get much practice.
You mean you don't look at other girls?
Well, just window shopping.
Well, how about all those girls who come in the bank? And what about the girls who work in the bank?
The bank? You wouldn't have me mixed up with some other fellow, would you?
Now, how could I ever mix you up with anybody?
Yeah.
Buy me another drink, John?
Oh, yeah, sure. Gus, refills here. Better make mine a double. This is a friendly town, Chicago. You find them everywhere, these little dolls. But Mary Smith, or whatever her name was, didn't fit into the pattern. She said all the right words, but there was something elusive about her. If I could use a word that's been out of use for a long time, she was a lady. She looked younger than I'd first thought. She was no more than 25. There were no rings on her fingers, and, well, I wasn't going anyplace anyway. Gus put the refills in front of us. I picked mine up, raised it, and turned toward her. But she'd suddenly gone cold on me. She was tense, and she was staring into the mirror as though she'd forgotten that I was there. I followed her gaze. There wasn't anybody else at the bar except a man with red hair. He sat at the other end of the bar nursing a beer, and he wasn't paying any attention to us.
Let's go.
Thought you wanted another drink.
I don't want to stay here anymore. I want to go.
Oh, sure, but I got to pay the tab first.
Hurry, I'll wait outside for you.
Gus, check.
Hey, yeah, Randy. That'll be $3.
Okay.
Come on down here. I want to talk to you.
Gus, I'm in a hurry.
Randy, listen, I think maybe I gave you a bump steer.
What are you talking about?
Well, the minute you sat down with her, a guy starts asking all kinds of questions about you. Who you are, where you come from, what's your racket.
A guy? What guy?
Well, that guy over there, the guy that's... Oh, that's funny. He was there just a minute ago. Didn't you see him? At the end of the bar. A guy with red hair.
I paid Gus, and I hurried out. When I got to the sidewalk, she wasn't in sight. I felt let down, disappointed. Well, that's how it goes. You figure you got a winning ticket, and you get left at the post. I was about to go back in and continue the fat chewing with Gus when a cab pulled up, and she was in it. I thought you'd run out on me.
No, why would I do that? I thought getting a cab would save time.
Save time for what?
Why, we've got a lot of places to go. All right, driver.
Well, I'm probably the biggest jerk in Chicago for asking a question at a time like this, but... your date that didn't show up, would he wear red hair?
What?
Let's get it.
I love riding in a taxi, don't you?
I'd like to know where I'm going, though.
I never can remember. What do you call it when you go in and out of bars?
Pub crawling?
That's it. We're going pub crawling.
For a girl who wasn't familiar with the expression, she was very expert at finding upholstered sewers, which was strange because once we got in them, she lost interest and wanted to leave. She ordered drinks, but she only sipped them. She seemed to have a compulsion to be on the move.
Come on, let's go.
Well, what's the next stop?
Why, Riverview, of course.
Riverview? That must be a new joint. I haven't heard of it.
No, Riverview Park.
What, the amusement park?
You know, roller coasters, cotton candy, the whip.
What are you trying to do? See Chicago and die?
Oh, I'm so glad you came into the bar tonight. I'm glad you looked into the mirror. So we went to Riverview Park. We ate popcorn and hot dogs.
The bloated faker with a whiskey breath guessed our weight and fell short of my age by 6 years. And I gave him an extra $1. We went on the whip and the roller coaster and the tunnel of love. She sat very close to me in the boat. Yes, I felt tempted to kiss her as we went through the dark, dank tunnel, but the boats were full of teenagers necking, and, it didn't seem the place. But as we came out into the lighted park...
Okay, everybody out.
I'm surprised at you, George.
Hmm? What do you mean?
You didn't kiss me. Didn't you want to?
Bud, 2 more tickets here. We're going through again. As we came out into the lighted park for a second time, I was looking at her, smugly waiting for her reaction.
All right, everybody out. Stay the boat. Stay the boat.
Want to go through again?
No.
All right, this way, folks. Hurry you up.
Careful. Here, let me help you.
I can get out by myself.
Well, something to eat? Another ride? Find me a very obliging fellow.
I don't want to do anything. Please, just leave me alone.
Oh, I don't like to complain, but I kissed you back there. When you came out, you don't even look at me. What's the matter with me? I read all the ads.
What?
You know, this isn't good for my ego, talking to myself.
All right, take the chance. 3 shots for quarter. Everybody's away. Hit the little lady a baby doll. Shoot the birdie's back. Hit the little lady a baby doll.
Get me a doll.
3 shots for quarter. That's
The
quarter.
baby doll in the blanket. That's the one I want.
How much are the dolls?
Well, you can't buy him. You got to win him. 3 shots for quarter. Knock the birdies down. Knock them all down. You win a baby doll. Here you are, Mac. Rifles all loaded. Show what a good shot you are for a quota.
Okay. I never had much luck with these things.
Oh, and it's too bad you missed. Try again. Here you are. It's all loaded.
As I picked up the rifle again and looked down the sight at the moving birds, I was conscious of a terrible tension in Mary. But my concentration was on pulling the trigger.
Don't. Oh, please don't. Don't. Oh, don't.
I turned around and she was screaming hysterically, running blindly down the midway. Mary! I dropped the gun on the counter, but before I could take after her, a man shoved a doll into my hand.
Your doll, Stone.
Thank you. Mary! Excuse me. Please let me through, will you? I'm sorry. Mary! What's the matter?
Oh, don't. Please don't shoot the gun. Don't shoot the gun. The gun.
Hey, snap out of it, Mary. Stop it. Mary, you wanted a doll? Well, here it is.
What? Oh, you got it. The one I wanted in the blue blanket. You won the doll for me.
Won it? No. No, I hadn't won it. I'd missed every shot, yet the man had handed me the doll. Not the man back of the counter, but another man. He handed me the doll and he called me by name. A man I'd seen once before tonight. A man who'd asked Gus about me. The man with the red hair.
We return in just a moment to Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. Here's a summertime snapshot of pure eating enjoyment, the good old American way. A nice, tender, juicy hot dog smack in the middle of a fresh toasted roll. And right next to it, ready to refresh and quench your thirst, a tall, cool, foaming glass of smooth, delicious Pabst Blue Ribbon beer. Just put yourself in that picture. Mm-hmm. You'll find Pabst Blue Ribbon has a taste all its own. A more satisfying taste. A more sociable taste no other beer can match. No wonder it makes good foods like these taste better. Listen.
Here's a list of foods to choose for picnics, parties, barbecues.
Campbell's Pork and Beans.
Armour's Treat.
Borden cheese.
Ritz Crackers.
With Frankfurters. And, of course, Pabst Blue Ribbon.
You'll find that food tastes better by far if you serve them with foaming PBR.
What'll you have?
Pabst Blue Ribbon.
What'll you have?
Pabst Blue Ribbon.
What'll you have?
Pabst Blue Ribbon.
Pabst Blue Ribbon beer.
Smoother flavor, finer beer, that million savor.
Tomorrow, for sure, pick up several convenient Pabst Blue Ribbon Handy 6 cartons, packed with 6 space-saving cans. Or get the money-saving case of 24. Any way you buy it, it's the same famous Pabst Blue Ribbon flavor. Act 2 of Night Beat will continue after a brief pause for station identification. And now, back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
The night had a touch of madness to it. She'd wanted to be called Mary, and she'd called me John. I'd gone along with it. I thought it was just her way of lending dignity to a pickup. But now her hysteria and the man with the red hair shoving the doll into my hands and then disappearing, this had changed the whole picture. We'd walked away from the concessions to the edge of the park where it was quieter. All of her attention was now focused on the doll.
I'll always keep it. Always.
You don't have to woo me anymore.
What do you mean, John?
And you can drop the John stuff. My name is Randy Stone. Look, I've gone along with this make-believe because I thought I wanted to. I was in the mood for it. I thought when you smiled at me in the mirror, you just wanted to have some laughs.
I did. Oh, I did.
What about the man with the red hair?
I don't want to talk about it.
Would he be a detective?
Who?
The man with the red hair. I suppose you're married and your husband's old-fashioned. He doesn't like you picking up strangers in bars.
How can you say such a thing to me?
Well, are you married?
No, I'm not. No. Let's not talk about it. I don't want to talk about anything tonight but you and me. Just you and me.
Well, Mary, if you're in some kind of a jam, if you're in some kind of trouble, why don't you tell me? Maybe I can help. Maybe there's something I can do.
There is. Take me dancing.
Dancing?
Uh-huh. At the pavilion. Under the stars.
Our tickets ran out with the mellow music. I left Mary on the sidelines a minute to go buy another yard of tickets, but before I could get back, the band went jitterbug. And a gang of het cats went wild, swarming against the ropes to get to the floor. And they were between Mary and me. Trying to get through them was like trying to swim upstream. By the time all the cats were on the floor, I couldn't find her. She was gone. She disappeared. I looked over every inch of the pavilion, and then I saw him, the man with the red hair. He was standing just outside one of the exits, just standing there, watching. As I started toward him, he left quickly. There was no doubt about it, this was the boy who had the answers, and by now I was in a question-asking mood. Hey, Mac, I want to talk to you.
Not now, Stone.
I felt like I'd been hit with a roller coaster. My knees folded, and I went along with the ride. The sound had changed. I felt the motion before I recognized the new sound. I was dizzy and my head hurt. It was a motor. Yes, it was a motor. I was in a car. I opened my eyes, blinked a couple of times. I was in the back seat of a taxi. Driver.
You okay now?
Stop the car, will you?
You bet, bud, in a minute.
Stop it now.
We're almost there.
We're almost where?
Right up here in the middle of the block.
What?
Tony's. Here you are, Tony's Pizza Palace.
How did I get in this cab?
Your friend put you in. Hey, you really hung one on. You were feeling no pain, believe me.
Well, that's a matter of opinion. You say my friend put me in?
Yeah. Big guy with red hair said to drive you here. And see you got inside. Oh, well, you don't have to worry, buddy. Paid me. Hey, you want me to help you?
No, thank you. I've had a little too much help tonight. The cab drove away, and I stood and looked at the cheesy little pizza joint where he dropped me. The sign that badly needed paint still said Tony's Pizza Palace, although Tony had sold it a year ago. It used to be the place to go late at night if you liked sentimental Italian ballads with your pizza. Tony had been a half-baked opera singer, so he furnished entertainment along with being chef, waiter, and mine host. Now the place belonged to a sourpuss who never came out of the kitchen except to take your order. I was curious. I went inside. Yep, she was there.
Hi.
What are you doing here?
What happened to you?
What happened to me?
I lost you. You went to get tickets, and I couldn't find you afterwards. Kids, that crowd.
Why did you come here?
Tony's? Oh, I knew you'd come to Tony's.
Oh, you did. You didn't have to be quite so forceful with your invitation.
Here he comes. Listen, Tony's going to sing for us.
Well, that's not Tony.
Shh, quiet.
There's no tomorrow when love is low. There's no tomorrow.
There's no tomorrow.
This song meant something to this girl. Well, what did it mean? The man who wasn't Tony was singing it to her, and she was listening with her heart. She was looking beyond everything into some memory that was rare and special, and I felt like an eavesdropper watching. Well, would you, like him to sing something else?
Not tomorrow. Not tonight.
You want him to sing something else?
No.
Mary.
I'll be back. How do I know?
No more?
No, thank you.
What's the matter? The lady didn't like it?
Well, she thought it was great. How long you been working here?
Here? Oh, I don't work here. I sing at the Cafe Paloma down the street.
Well, then what are you doing here?
Oh, I don't know. Some fella came into the Paloma tonight and said, "Hey, you know the American words to O Solo Mio?" I said, "Sure." He said, "Good. You want to make some extra money?" I said, "Are you kidding me? With 6 mouths to feed?" He said, "Good. Go on down to Tony's. When the lady comes in the white dress, you sing to her." That's what the man said. That's what I did.
This music lover who hired you, did he have red hair?
That's right. He's a friend of yours? Oh, played a joke on you,
Yeah,
huh?
yeah, he's a real funny man. Most women who've just had a good cry have swollen faces and powder streaks, but something had happened to Mary. When she came back to the table, her face shone with radiance. She stood beside the table. She didn't sit down. There was no tension in her now and no restlessness.
Let's go.
Well, it's only 3. Sit down.
No, let's walk.
Okay. You're going to think that this is corny, but let's go down to the lake and watch the sun come up, Mary.
Oh, it's not corny. But I can't.
Why not?
I've come to the end of it. I must go home now.
The end of it? The end of what?
You wouldn't understand.
Well, I might. Try me.
Let's just leave it this way.
There's so many things I don't know about you, and there's so much that I want to find out.
I know all about you. Now take me to the L.
Oh, if you want to go home, I'll get your cab.
No. I want to go home on the L.
She carried the doll in one hand, and she tucked the other in mine. Funny, I'm out every night at this hour, but I never noticed what a beautiful city it is. Even the L. I'd always thought of it as just a dirty, rattling noise in the night, and now it was a silhouette in steel. We walked up the steps to the platform, and there was nobody there but us. In the distance, I could hear it, just a vibration at first, and then a sound.
The L's coming. I'll have to say goodnight now.
But I'm going to take you home.
No.
Oh, I just can't leave you here.
Please, Randy.
Or when am I going to see you again?
I don't know.
But you can't just... You called me Randy.
I'm glad it was you, Randy. I'm glad you were the one in the mirror.
Now, Mary, wait. She darted away from me to board the L. I started after her, but I didn't get far. The man with the red hair materialized out of the shadows and blocked me. The L roared off, taking her with it.
Sorry, Stone, it's the end of the line.
Now, wait a minute. What do you think you...
Go ahead. Slug me if it'll make you feel any better. Knock my head off. I've got it coming.
Now, save the sympathy. Just give me the answers.
I had to knock you out, Stone. You'd gotten separated. I had to put you back on the track. I couldn't just go up to you and say, Mary's gone to Tony's.
Well, why not? Is that too old-fashioned for you?
Would you have gone? I would have had to explain that this was her first night out in months. That she's been sitting in a sanitarium staring at the wall. living in a world of fantasy.
What are you trying to hand me?
Didn't you think she acted strangely at the shooting gallery when you shot the rifle? Didn't it bother you when she called you John?
Well, you didn't act exactly normal. And there's something else that bothers me. If she's a mental case, why is she out tonight, and why did you let her go off by herself on the L?
I'm not worried about that. That's the L that will take her home. You see, Stone, the doctor said if she did everything just the way it was that other night, if she relived it, played it out, and then came home, well, she had a chance.
What other night?
Mary met a man in a bar just a year ago tonight. Here, let me read your letter.
No, never mind the letter. What man?
Well, the letter's from him.
Oh, his name is John?
Yeah, John. The letter says, my darling wife...
Wife?
My darling wife, I'd give anything to be with you on our anniversary, but I can't, so that's that. But you go out. Wear your white dress. I won't be with you in person, but I'll be sitting beside you just the same. Go to that little bar on Rush Street where you picked me up. Or was it the other way around? Smile at me in the mirror, and I'll be smiling back.
Oh, I sure can pick him. A night off, and what do I draw? A stand-in for an absent husband.
There's more to the letter.
I can do without the love and kisses, thank you.
But I think it'll interest you. It goes on about reliving a night, about pub crawling in Riverview Park and Tony.
Oh, I've taken the trip. I know the itinerary. Who are you, her keeper?
No, I'm a brother.
Oh, well, that's a nice touch. The brother goes along as chaperone to keep everything platonic. And where's this elusive husband that I understudied? Where's he locked up?
He's dead.
He's dead?
The letter was written in a foxhole in Korea. He was killed 2 days later on Heartbreak Ridge.
Oh.
So you see now why I couldn't tell you?
Oh, yeah, sure. Well, I'll see you around.
You did great, Stone. Real great.
Yeah, I know, great. Red.
Yeah?
What's your name?
Sam.
Sam what?
Don't try to find her. Give her time. She may work out of this, and then again... Look, Stone, if she ever asks about you, if she ever wants to see you...
Sure, I know. You'll look me up. Other guys and other jobs on the night off go home after it's over. Me? I've got a story to write about a guy I met on his night off and a lady who evaporated in the mist. In a city the size of Chicago, almost everybody reads the newspapers, so maybe I can reach her this way. So I bat it out. I try to put into words the things the guy wanted to say but didn't. The story is finished. It isn't adequate, but it'll have to do, because after all, it is my night off. I get one last horrible thought before I turn it in. What if she reads the competition's paper? Well, I'll have to take that chance. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis. Tonight's transcribed story was written by John and Gwen Bagney, with music by Frank Worth. The part of Mary was played by Betty Moran. Others featured were Peter Leeds, Jan Arvin, and Tudor Owen. Frank Lovejoy appeared through the courtesy of Warner Brothers, producers of The Miracle of Our Lady of Fatima. Listen next week at this time, and every week, as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. Starting the 29th, hear your Hit Parade on NBC.
While the makers of Rexall drug products and 10,000 independent Rexall family druggists bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective. Good evening. This is your Rexall family druggist with a welcome from the 10,000 independent druggists who have made the word Rexall part of our own store names. We've done that because we recommend and sell the 2,000 or more drug products made with the Rexall Drug Company. Like Rexall Mineral Oil, for example. This is the mineral oil specially refined for extra heavy body. What's more, Rexall Mineral Oil is tasteless, odorless, colorless, non-irritating, and non-habit-forming. Quality like that is what we family druggists are talking about when we tell you you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall. Now your Rexall family druggist brings you a transcribed half hour with Richard Diamond, private detective, starring Dick Powell.
Just a moment.
Diamond, pick up the receiver and speak to me, or I'll...
Walt, is that your blood pressure I hear bubbling, or are you calling from Niagara Falls?
What's the big idea? Keep me waiting like that.
Well, the big idea is that it's a beautiful day and I'm happy. When I'm happy, I whistle. And when I'm happy and whistling, I don't like to be interrupted.
I'll remember that the next time you're unhappy and you ask a favor from me. You can whistle then, too.
Oh, the great, big, important police lieutenant wants a favor from poor little old Richard Diamond.
I want you to go to a funeral.
Yours?
No, it's mine. Say, I'll live to dance to Charleston on your grave, wise guy. No, they're burying Bigfoot Grafton this afternoon.
How do you know?
How do I know? How do I know what?
That it's Bigfoot Grafton they're tucking in. The way I read my paper, the Harbor Patrol fished out a guy presumed to be Bigfoot Grafton, boy racketeer.
We're satisfied with the identification.
Huh? Fingerprints?
Fingerprints. Look, the body was in the Hudson River for nearly a week.
Oh. Then tell me, what makes you so sure the guy they're putting in the ground today is Grafton?
Look, Diamond, you're beginning to exasperate me. Will you or won't you go with us to Bigfoot Grafton's funeral this afternoon?
Why me?
Maybe you can show the boys how to dig the grave.
Oh, Walt, that's silly. I don't know a grave from a hole in the ground. So why me?
Because you once told me about a little business matter you had with some of Grafton's gang out west. And because some of those same hoods may attend the funeral. And because if any of them do, you'll recognize them.
And I can point them out to you.
Say, you are a detective. Otis and I'll pick you up in about an hour. Goodbye, Diamond.
Goodbye, Bright Eyes.
Come on, Billy. How many times have I got to tell you this is the only thing left to do?
It's all wrong, Marge. I tell you, there's no need to call in a private eye.
Well, hello, girls.
Who are you?
The name's on the door.
You're Diamond?
You see something you don't like?
Yeah, you.
Oh, you'll never be lovely, be engaged, or get to use ponds with an attitude like that.
It's a waste of time, Marge, a waste of time.
Lay off it, Billy. I know what's right. We came a long way to see you, Diamond. All the way from West Frampton we came. We're ducklings.
Oh, first impressions are so deceiving. I almost thought you were girls. Now, look, there's a psychiatrist just down the hall who...
Get this, Billy. The guy thinks we're nuts.
Well, maybe you are a couple of ducks, and I'm the one who's crazy.
Not ducks, ducklings.
Oh, well, then if you have that kind of a problem, go to the Audubon Society.
You never heard of the Long Island Ducklings? All we done was win the pennant last year.
Pennant? Oh, baseball?
Now it's coming. We're a girls' softball team. We got our own park out in West Frampton. I play third base.
Who's on first?
Me. Come on, let's get out of here, Marge.
We'll stay. We got to find Lottie, and he's got to help us.
Lottie?
Lottie Wyrachek, our second baseman. She's been missing almost a week now. We can't win without our second baseman.
Oh, yes. I can see where it must leave quite a gap between first base and shortstop.
We ain't going to win the pennant again unless we get Lottie back, Diamond. We got to have her. You're elected.
Elected? I'm not even sure I accept the nomination.
See? Let's go, Marge.
You don't want the job, Diamond?
Well, I've never looked for a missing second baseman before. I wouldn't know where to begin.
A fine detective. Here, you begin by looking at her snapshot.
Oh, no, girls. Really, I'm terribly busy right now. I've got to go to a funeral and help the police department with it.
Look at her picture.
But I tell you, Don't tell me this is...
Lottie Wyrachek.
You mean a girl who looks like this wastes her nights playing second base?
Yeah.
Wastes, he says. Diamond, stop drooling. You take the job?
Well, I'm tempted. Yes, I'm very tempted. Now let's
Let's get some answers first.
Ask Billy. She's her roommate.
All right. Now, think back, Billy, to a day or so before she disappeared. She seemed worried about anything? Nervous? Upset?
No. Why, she even hit 2 home runs the very last night she played.
She did, huh? Oh. I wonder if... Oh, no, that isn't possible. The Dodgers do a lot of things, but they wouldn't kidnap people. You say she's been with the team 2 years?
Yeah.
Diamond, what sort of questions are these?
Please, Lefty. It's my turn at bat. Now, Billy, what did she do before she became a second baseman?
Who knows?
You'll find her for us?
For you? Oh, no. For me. They gave me a pass for the game that night with the Amagansett Amazons, informed me how to get out to West Frampton the quickest way as the E-train flies, then exploded themselves out, leaving me with a snapshot of a second baseman who looked like Jane Russell, only more so. I wasn't able to dream too long because soon the door opened and I looked up to find the most beautiful gabardine suit I'd ever seen walking toward my desk on the frame of the ugliest hoodlum I'd ever seen.
Hey, you Diamond?
To some people. To others, I'm Mr. Diamond.
Diamond. Mr. Diamond. The late Mr. Diamond. Yeah, that's the one I like the best.
All right, Parrot Puss. Who's been eating your crackers?
All right, comic. I'm just a boy with a message.
Well, spill it.
You had visitors, huh?
Yeah?
Yeah. A couple of overgrown tomatoes. A couple of tomatoes that look more like they belong to the Russian infantry than to the human race.
Well, you're not very much to look at yourself, Ugly. Get on with the message.
The message is lay off. Don't go looking for no missing girl. You don't wake up with no bullet holes where your eyes ought to be. Huh? That's the message. The whole message.
No signature?
You don't need no signature, friend. Goodbye, Mr. Diamond.
Just a minute, Repulsive.
Yeah?
I want to tell you about the last side-of-the-mouth punk who brought me a message like this without a signature.
Go on. Frighten me. Go on. Hey, just stand back there, Diamond. Don't come no closer. I'll let you...
Don't reach into that pocket, punk.
Oh, my arm.
Now, let me get it for you. A Luger. And almost as ugly as you are. We won't be needing it for this game.
My arm.
Oh, there's your arm. Now, put it up with the other one, and I'll knock your head off. A few seconds later, when I picked myself up off the floor, I looked around for my spar mate, but he'd taken his arms and gone home, leaving me with an eye which for weeks to come would have me lying to people about walking into a door. Yeah, a door wearing gabardine.
How'd you get that shiner, Diamond?
I walked into a door, Walt. A door with a fist at the end of it. Where is this cemetery? South Carolina?
We'll be there soon. Bigfoot Grafton won't mind waiting a little longer.
Assuming, Sergeant Otis, that it is Bigfoot Grafton they're planting.
Oh, no, you're not going to start that again. I told you on the phone. We're satisfied with the identification.
What identification?
Laundry marks on Grafton's shirt, cleaning marks on Grafton's suit.
Go on.
What do you mean, go on?
Look, Walt, suppose you're wanted for murder. 2 murder raps, and you don't have a chance of beating. And suppose that next to the mailman with the income tax refunds, you're the most looked-for guy in the country.
Yeah, I know what you're going to say, Diamond. You think maybe Grafton finds a sucker with his same general build, shoots him in the spine, changes clothes with him, and then dumps him in the big bathtub.
That's right, Walt.
Well, us silly, confused homicide cops figured that way, too, until we checked up on what gave Grafton his nickname.
His nickname? Bigfoot.
Yeah. 14 and a half. We found his shoemaker. He verified the size.
So?
So it's possible that Grafton can find a guy that fits his general physique. It's even possible that the guy he finds not only is built the same way body-wise, but wears exactly size 14 and a half brogans, too. Yeah, it's possible, but highly improbable.
Yeah, maybe you're right at that.
Well, on behalf of myself and all the other simple-minded fellas known as cops, thank you, Diamond, for saying what you just did. Thank you. There's the cemetery.
It was just a simple little funeral, except that the coffin cost maybe $10,000 more than mine will ever cost, and excluding the fact that there were enough flowers to make a couple of dozen floats for the Turnip of Roses parade. Yes, it was just a simple little funeral with maybe 1,000 simple little mourners. Good conservative people, like safe blowers, burglars, con men, petty thieves, and some not so petty. Big wheels, little wheels, chiselers, grifters, grafters, gyp artists.
Well, Diamond, you see anyone who used to run with Grafton's mom?
No, not yet. Hey, look. Now, what's he doing here?
Oh.
The parrot nose in the stylish gabardine suit.
I've been admiring that suit. Gabardine, huh? Too bad a poor little gabardine had to go give up its life just so a mug like that could have a suit.
Where you going, Diamond? Who is that guy?
He's a messenger boy. I'll be right back. I edged my way through the crowd toward him, hoping that in view of the solemnity of the occasion, none of the pickpockets among the mourners would make use of the opportunity to swipe my suspenders. 5 yards away, he turned. He saw me and started to run. I put my head down like a sprinter and turned to follow. There's nothing like a merry chase in a merry place like a cemetery. And just when I thought I had him...
Diamond, what are you doing running into tombstones?
Oh, well, I suddenly remembered it's been years since I had a collision with a tombstone.
What were you chasing that guy with a fancy suit for?
I wanted to find out who his tailor is. Look, Otis got a good look at that twerp I was chasing. Tell him to go through Rogue's Gallery and try to identify him for me, huh?
Yeah, but where are you going?
Me? No, I think I'll go to a ball game. It was a good game as games go, fast and exciting, and my girls did themselves proud. 8-3. Even though the girl who was playing second in place of the missing Lottie made 3 errors. After the game, I was in the corridor outside the dressing room talking to Billy, the first baseman. The one who didn't think I should have been hired to bird dog the missing girl.
Look, Diamond, this is all for nothing. Lottie ain't missing. We never called on you. There's no case.
Now, that's the same tune with a slightly different lyric and ugly in a gabardine suit sang to me. It's a good thing I'm stubborn.
It's a bad thing, Diamond, for you. It's going to maybe cost you your life. No. No! Don't!
It happened that fast. By the time I turned around to see who did the shooting, he had disappeared in the crowd.
Dirty heel. Diamond, what happened? I heard shooting.
Stand back, everybody. Send for a doctor.
Rotten heel. I was on his team.
Who, Billy? Who?
Told him Marge called on you to find Lottie.
Who, dear?
They'll kill Lottie. They'll kill Lottie.
Billy. Billy.
Diamond. Is she?
If anyone asks you who's on first, the answer is no one.
Before we continue with the adventures of Richard Diamond, private detective, here's your Rexall family druggist.
I've discovered lately that a lot of people think they don't need to take any precautions against vitamin deficiency during the summer months. But the truth is, we're just as apt to be low on vitamins during the summer as any other season.
Then you think people should continue right through the summer taking a vitamin supplement?
Indeed I do, ma'am. And the one I recommend is Rexall Plenamins.
Why exactly?
Well, just 2 Plenamon capsules a day give you more than your minimum daily requirement of every vitamin for which such requirements have been established, plus valuable liver concentrate and iron, plus other beneficial factors of the vitamin B complex.
Say, with all that, they must be expensive.
On the contrary, Plenamins cost you only pennies per day. Ask for Plenamins at any Rexall drugstore. And remember, you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
And now back to tonight's adventure with Richard Diamond, private detective, starring Dick Powell.
Diamond, this department isn't in operation so that you can find girls. I don't care how she looks in her baseball uniform.
Oh, but this is business, Walt. I tell you, she's been kidnapped. Another girl on the team was just murdered.
Another murder? Where?
West Frampton.
West who?
Frampton, out on Long Island.
City limits?
No.
That's the quickest case I ever marked closed. What do you want to waste my time with imported homicides for? Don't I have enough to do right here?
Oh, but Walt...
Don't butt me. They've been knocking each other off like flies this week. We're so jammed up, I got 3 stiffs that don't even have a place to lie down.
4, if you include Otis.
Oh, just for that, wise guy, I ain't talking.
Oh, if I could only be sure of that.
I mean, I ain't talking about the guy you played tag with in the cemetery. I found him in the picture book, all right, Diamond. It took me 2 hours. And just for making cracks at me, I ain't telling you his name.
Whose name?
Joe Gabberdine's, that's whose. And I ain't telling you what else I found out about him in the picture book either.
Why not?
Because you think you're smarter than the whole police department put together. That's why not.
Oh.
And so if I go spill to you that this Joe Gabardine used to work as a gunsel for the late Bigfoot Grafton, you're going to right away say Bigfoot Grafton ain't dead after all, and that I'm a dope.
Walt, you hear that? The guy that threatened me if I went looking for Lottie Warachek, this Joe Gabardine, is one of Grafton's boys.
Say, who told you?
Was one of Grafton's boys. Grafton's dead.
No, but maybe not. Maybe all these shenanigans are part of Grafton's plot to put some sucker in his coffin and stay undercover.
Sure.
Maybe Lottie Warachek knew in some way or other that the guy they fished out of the river and buried today wasn't Grafton. Look, Walt, you got it.
Diamond, tell me. That name you said, the one that sounds like something spelled backwards.
Warachek?
That's funny.
What's funny?
That's the same name as this dame's in the file missing person sent over. Only this one's name is Lottie Warachek.
So's this one, you dope.
You mean there's 2 dames with a name like that?
Yeah, just like there are 2 heads on a sergeant named Otis Loveloon.
Now, listen here.
Who reported her missing?
Just for being a fresh guy, I ain't going to tell you.
You ain't going to tell him what?
That it says here on the file card that this doctor reported her missing.
Who said anything about a doctor?
Huh?
You sick, Otis? You need a doctor?
I ain't sick. Besides, he ain't that kind of doctor. He's a dentist.
Who's a dentist?
This Dr. Allman. Dr. Percy Allman. 223 Park Avenue.
So?
What do you mean, so?
What about him?
What do you mean? What about him?
Well, you brought him into the conversation. Dr. Percy Allman. You said 223 Park Avenue. What made you mention him if you don't have anything to say about him?
He's the guy who reported this Lottie Whatchamacek missing, you dope. Gee, Diamond, are you dumb?
Dr. Percy Allman's home for decrepit teeth at 223 Park Avenue was a fancy schmancy establishment where bad little molars and bicuspids went in for punishment. I could tell even before I met Allman that he was the kind of drill artist who assured the customers there'd be no pain. No pain at all, and there usually wasn't. Until the customers got their bills. The office was a ground floor professional suite that opened directly on the street, and when I pushed open the door and went in, this kind of nice middle-aged guy greeted me with,
Yes?
I'm looking for Dr. Allman.
I'm Dr. Allman, but it's after my office hours, young man, unless it's an emergency.
Well, it's about Lottie. Lottie Warachek.
Lottie? You're from the police. You found her.
Well, not yet, no. And I'm not from the police.
What? Who are you?
My name is Diamond. I'm a private investigator.
Oh. You gave me quite a turn for a moment.
Well, I'm sorry. Doctor, I'd like you to tell me a few things.
What sort of things?
Lottie Warachek. What's she to you?
Presently, just a friend. Formerly the best dental assistant I ever had. An extremely nice girl.
Yes, I saw her snapshot. A dental assistant, huh?
Yeah, lovely girl. I hated to lose her. But this baseball thing had been burning in her for a long time. Look, Diamond, just how much do you know about all this?
Well, I know that Lottie's missing. Maybe in trouble.
Well, I do need help. And perhaps I'd better tell you everything.
I'm game.
But I think I should warn you. The information I'm going to give you is dangerous. It may mean your life.
Well, I'm still game. Maybe not as much as a few seconds ago, but...
Very well. A year or so ago, I had a patient, a man who called himself Dunn, George Dunn.
And then you found out that Dunn wasn't Dunn at all. That he had very big feet and he was a racketeer named Grafton.
Yes. You're very clever, Diamond. It was the dental chart he wanted. He threatened me. I felt that if I ever gave it to him, he'd feel the necessity for killing me. So I gave the chart to Lottie to keep him.
It happened so fast, I barely had time to leap behind a chair. 1 second, the doctor and I were talking. The next, everything was bedlam and confusion. And blood and death and anger. My anger. The doctor had caught one smack between the eyes. And I got mad, shooting mad. I charged out of that office, maybe 10 seconds behind the killer, just in time to see him get into a car and melt away into the traffic. He headed east, then south, and east again. Then stopped at a crummy-looking building and went in. And that's when smart, shrewd, clever private detective Diamond climbed a drain pipe, tore his pants, looked inside a second-floor window, saw a girl tied to a chair, and, like Lochinvar, broke in to rescue the fair second baseman in distress. Lottie?
Look out!
Oh, this was getting monotonous. The billy caught me on the back of the neck, and while it didn't knock me out, it didn't make me feel like dancing either. The first thing I was aware of when I oriented myself to my new condition was the biggest pair of feet I'd ever seen. And the next thing I saw was the gabardine suit containing in its bright, clean folds the filthiest little murder artist I'd ever seen. So I made like a possum and pretended I was asleep.
Say, Grafton, I told you the shamus followed me. I won him.
He's all yours, Joe, I promise, but later.
Why later? Why wait?
Because I gotta get that dental chart, that's why. Now that you've rubbed off the dentist and that goofy Billy the ball player, that chart's the only thing in the world that can prove Bigfoot Grafton's still alive.
So why does that have to hold up Diamond's execution?
Because maybe he knows where the dental chart's hid. I'm giving up on the dame here. She'd have told us long ago if she knew.
If Diamond knows, he'll talk. Even if he don't know, he'll talk. And scream, too.
Later, Joe. Now put that big sticker back in your pocket.
I don't hear you, Grafton. This Diamond made me unhappy, and I don't like to wait.
I said put that knife away, Joe.
I still don't hear you.
All right, Joe.
I knew this was the only chance I'd get. They were too busy showing each other their fangs to give me their undivided attention. And so the possum stopped playing possum and made a stab at playing tiger. The act started with a well-aimed kick to what the fight reporters call the midsection. And the gabardine suit folded limply and sagged to the floor like it didn't even have a man inside it. And that's when Grafton pulled the gun, and that's when I made a grab for his knee. And you guessed it, there was a shot. And then there was a punch that made a mess out of a jawbone. And I'm happy to report that this time it wasn't mine.
Oh, you're wonderful. What's your name?
Well, honey, my name's Diamond.
Diamond?
Yes, dear, and believe me, a diamond is a girl's best friend. I hadn't anyone till you. I was a lonely one till you. I used to lie awake and wonder if there could be a someone in the wide world just made for me. Now I see I had to save my love for you. I never gave my love till you. And through my lonely heart demanding it, Cupid took a hand in it. I hadn't anyone till you.
You're so romantic. Even with a black eye.
Oh, thank you, dear.
Oh, Ricky, darling, it must have been dreadful.
Oh, it had its moments, Helen.
Yes, I saw that photograph. A second baseman.
What's the matter with a second baseman?
Well, Ricky, if she were any good, wouldn't she be a first baseman?
Honey, I don't think you understand too much about baseball.
Teach me.
Oh, it takes years, baby, years.
Well?
Well, baseball's a game that's divided into innings. 9 innings.
Innings? What's an innings?
Maybe I better teach you how to play post office.
No, Ricky, please.
Well, let's see now. An inning is a sort of a division, a stanza, a frame. Yeah, that's right, a frame.
A frame? An inning's a frame?
Hey, you're digging it.
No, I'm not, Ricky, not really. Maybe we'd better forget it.
All right.
An inning is a frame.
That's right, dear. An inning is a frame.
Ricky, was she nice?
Lottie?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'll say this for her.
She sure had a beautiful ending.
Again, here's your Rexall family druggist.
Don't wait until you're already suffering from acid stomach and then wish you had Bismarex on hand. Buy a bottle tomorrow. This famous Rexall antacid often neutralizes excess acidity within 1 minute. More than that, Bismarex gives relief that's continuous and prolonged because its scientifically balanced ingredients work in sequence, easing gastric distress and leaving a soothing protective covering on irritated stomach membranes. Ask your Rexall druggist for Bismarex. He'll tell you you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Richard Diamond, Private Detective, stars Dick Powell in the title role and is written by Michael Camroy with music composed and conducted by Frank Worth. Featured in tonight's cast were Ted DeCorsia, Wilms Herbert, John Daner, Bill Conrad, Virginia Gregg, Gloria Blondell, and Sidney Miller. Richard Diamond, Private Detective, was transcribed in Hollywood by Jaime Del Valle. This is Bill Foreman inviting you to be with us next Wednesday at this time when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective.
Hiya, beautiful.
Get lost, Bristlepuss. You need a shave.
But I have shaved. What else do you want me to do?
Silly boy, she wants you to go Stag.
Go Stag? But why?
Because Stag is Rexall's exclusive line of men's good grooming aids, like Stag Brushless Shave Cream. No fuss, no massage, just smooth it on, and presto, you get a clean, close shave. Your face stays smooth and whiskerless all day long.
I'll do it. I'll go Stag.
That's it. Join the Stag line now at Rexall drugstores everywhere.
Yes, to make girls care. Go Stag.
Three chimes mean good times on NBC. Dick Powell, who stars as Richard Diamond each week at this time, is a chime star, and there are many more of your favorite entertainers who are chime stars on NBC. Listen for the familiar NBC chimes. They're your invitation to fine radio entertainment. Whether it's action-packed adventure mystery, comedy, music, drama, or news, you'll find the very best on your favorite NBC station. Listen again next Wednesday at this same time for another exciting adventure with Dick Powell, starred as Richard Diamond. And remember, three chimes mean good times on NBC. In 2 weeks, enjoy The Halls of Ivy with Ronald Colman on NBC.
What time is it?
It's time for the Abbott and Costello Show. We're on the air for ABC here in Hollywood.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go with the Abbott and Costello Show.
Yes, it's the Abbott and Costello Show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood for your listening and laughing pleasure. Chuckles with a carload and music by Matty Malnick. So hold on to your chairs, folks, for here they are, Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
All right, Costello, here I am. What What are you so excited about?
Oh, I just finished playing my first game of football with the California girls team.
You play football with girls?
Yeah.
On a girls team? I'll bet that's exciting.
Oh, well, the playing ain't so exciting, but oh, those huddles.
I never heard of girls playing football. Where do they get their players?
Oh, they pick the girls according to the shape. You know, quarterbacks, halfbacks. You ought to see those fullbacks. I'm going steady with the center.
Is she pretty?
Well, she's the next thing to Lauren Bacall.
She is?
Yeah, she looks like Humphrey Bogart. But she loves to play games. Last night we played Parcheesi.
Parcheesi?
Yes. First I would kiss her, and she would kiss me, and then I would kiss her.
Wait a minute. Who told her that was Parcheesi?
I did.
Oh.
Ain't I a stinker?
Well, instead of sitting home and playing silly games, why don't you take her to the movies?
Oh, I tried to.
You
I
did?
bought 14 tickets, but we couldn't get in.
Why not?
Every time I bought a ticket from the cashier, some guy in a uniform at the door would tear him up.
Well, I don't know why a girl would bother you with you in the first place. You're ugly, fat, dumpy, ignorant.
Before you go any further, I want to say one thing.
What's that?
Don't go any further.
When it comes to idiots, Costello, you can go to the head of the class.
Thank you, Mr. Rabbit, and I sure worked hard enough to get there.
That's what I thought. Where have you been all week? Lou.
I don't know what I'm doing tonight.
I know. But where have you been all week?
Monday, my girlfriend gave me a fancy pink silk union suit, all trimmed with lace. I wore it Tuesday and got hit by a car. They took me to the hospital. I'll never wear that union suit again.
Why not?
It took me 3 days and took myself out of the maternity ward.
They treat you nice in the hospital?
Nice. They sure did. Every day for dessert, I had a California sundae. It's 2 scoops of tutti frutti ice cream with pineapple, strawberry, apricots, prunes, pecans, shoeshine nuts, whipped cream, and 6 maraschino cherries. And they serve it all in the hospitals now.
Well, wait a minute. Why would any hospital want to serve concoctions like that?
Can you think of a better place to get sick?
Well, anyway, you had a good rest, Lou.
Oh, no, I didn't. I didn't sleep a wink in that hospital.
Well, how did you sleep? On your right side or your left side?
I sleep flat on my back.
There you are. That's your trouble. People who sleep on their back all the time get their back out of shape and all crooked.
You must sleep on your face.
While you're in the hospital, you should have consulted a psychiatrist, Lou.
A psychiatrist?
Yes.
Any guy who would go to a psychiatrist ought to have his head examined.
Costello, how did you ever become such a complete idiot?
I got friends in Washington.
You
know, Abbott, they loved me in that hospital. One of the doctors introduced me to a beautiful nurse, and she invited me to a party.
Well, now, that's very nice of her.
I thought so.
And now that you're out of the hospital, you should reciprocate.
Definitely, because
Certainly.
after all... Huh? Could I have that again?
Sure. I said reciprocate. Don't you always reciprocate after you've been invited to a party?
That all depends on what they serve.
No, Costello. Reciprocate means to return a favor. For instance, if a friend of mine got me a date with a beautiful blonde, I reciprocate. If he gets me a date with a gorgeous redhead, I reciprocate. Now, when somebody gets you a date with a beautiful girl, what do?
I do the same thing you do, only I don't lie about it.
Never mind that. What was in that big package that arrived for you this afternoon?
It's a new television set I bought for Uncle Mike.
Oh.
I got to go right back home and hook it up.
Oh, what does your Uncle Mike want with a television set?
He wants to see what Dr. IQ does with that woman in the balcony.
Your Uncle Mike. All he does is listen to the radio. And now with a television set, he'll never get out of the house.
Oh, Uncle Mike does all right. He enters all the radio contests. Last week he was in a contest for a beer company. He had to send in 25 beer bottle caps and a slogan.
Well, did he write a good slogan?
After 25 bottles of beer, he couldn't even see the paper.
Well, anyway, radio is a wonderful thing, Costello. Just think, it fills the air with voices and personalities of all the gorgeous Hollywood stars. What are you doing?
Filling my lungs with Rita Hayworth.
Rita Hayworth is all right, but she's just like any other girl.
What do you mean?
Well, take away her beautiful hair and her lovely complexion. What have you got?
I don't know, but you can send it over to my house in the morning.
You certainly love the California girls, don't you?
Yeah. When I was back home in Patterson, New Jersey, I said to my mother, I said, Mom, take me out west where men are men and the women are...
women are what?
That's all. Take me out west where women are.
What makes you think the women in Hollywood go for you?
Well, I'm a pretty regular guy and a pretty popular guy, Abbott. The day we moved to Los Angeles, I won a citywide contest.
A citywide contest? What for?
For being the whitest guy in the city. And they gave me a beautiful chicken as a prize, a Rhode Island purple. She lays 30 eggs a day.
Now, wait a minute. Now, let's straighten this out. You mean a Rhode Island red?
Abbott, when a chicken lays 30 eggs a day, she's purple.
Costello, I've come to the conclusion that you're the most stupid man in the world. Even as a child, you were stupid.
Oh, no, I wasn't. Back in Patterson, when I was only 1 year old, I proved that I was the smartest baby in town.
How'd you do it?
One day I was playing around the stove. I picked up a red-hot coal. Nobody had to tell me to put it down.
Hey, Uncle Louie, pitch a couple to me, will you?
That's Abbott's nephew, folks. Norman, what are you doing dressed up in a baseball uniform? The baseball season is over.
Oh, let him alone, Costello. Norman likes baseball.
Yeah, I'm nuts about baseball. I play baseball all the time. I live baseball. I eat baseball. And when I go to sleep at night, I even dream of baseball.
Don't you ever dream about girls?
What, and this might turn it back?
Get out of here.
Okay, but before I go, I'd like to tell you I sure like that moron tie you're wearing.
You mean maroon tie. A moron is an idiot.
Yeah, and only an idiot would wear that tie.
I don't like that guy, Abbott.
Why?
All day long dreams about baseball. He ain't got no romance in his soul.
Oh, so what? You don't know anything about romance either.
You should have been with me last night in a cozy living room, sitting on a love seat, all the lights out, and it was pitch dark.
Wait a minute. Did you have a girl with you?
What for? I'm not afraid of the dark.
Well, hello, boys.
Hey, look, Costello. It's our lovely new secretary, Viola Vance.
Gee, Viola, you look lovely tonight. That's a gorgeous dress you're wearing.
Oh, well, thank you. Do you think it brings out my curves?
Does it? Yes. It curves here and it curves there, and some of it don't even stay on the road.
Now, talk sense, Costello. Viola, how do you like California compared to New York?
Well, it's wonderful, but the time confuses me. You know, California is the only state that still has daylight saving time.
You know, that daylight saving time is kind of silly to me, too. You really don't save anything with daylight saving time.
You don't?
No. It's just like sitting down. What you lose in the front, you gain in the back.
Nah, never mind him, Viola. What do you hear from that uncle of yours in London?
Oh, I received a postcard from my uncle this morning. He's having a fine time. He spent the weekend boating on the English Channel.
Boating? My cousin Vincent swam across the English Channel underwater.
Oh,
underwater.
Why, that's preposterous. Any man who did that would drown.
The funeral is Wednesday. Gee, Viola, I'm glad you came to work for us. How about giving a little kiss?
Oh, you Hollywood men are so impetuous. The first night you meet a girl, you want to kiss.
Well, I mean, a guy like me has to. They don't show up the second night.
Oh, Viola, I've noticed you've been rather cool towards Costello. You never put your arms around him or nothing.
Well, I was sort of waiting until...
Till you know me a little longer?
No, till my arms get a little longer.
By the way, isn't today your birthday, Viola?
Yes, it is. I'm 18.
Think of it. You're a sweet 18, and I'm sweet 24.
Well, what about me?
Yeah, but you're a sour 65.
Never mind that. You're a cheapskate, Costello. It's Viola's birthday, and you didn't get her a present.
Oh, that's all right, Costello. Even if you don't express your felicitations on my natal day with a tangible token of remembrance, I want you to know that I understand.
Good. Now that you understand it, explain it to me.
Viola, Costello's very forgetful about birthdays. Last week was my wife's birthday, and he didn't send her a present either.
No, I didn't get your wife a present, but don't forget I wrote her a poem.
You wrote Abbott's wife a poem?
Yes.
How does it go?
To Miss Betty Abbott. Your clothes are really awfully cheap. And speaking of your sweater, give back the wool to those poor sheep. On them it looks much better.
That's a terrible poem, Costello.
Abbott's got a terrible wife.
Now, you'll have to forgive Costello, Viola. He is ignorant and he's uneducated.
Now, just a minute, Abbott. That's
what do you
not
mean,
true
just
now,
a
because
minute?
I went to school and I studied science. For instance, I know that the sun is 5 billion miles from the Earth, and the light from the sun comes down to the Earth in exactly 30 seconds.
Isn't that wonderful, Costello?
What's wonderful about it? It's downhill all the way. Before we go back to work tonight, let's hear from our blonde cutie pie, little bitsy Virginia Maxie.
Quanta le gusta, le gusta, le gusta, le gusta, le gusta, le gusta, le gusta. Quanta le gusta, le gusta, le gusta, le gusta, le gusta, le gusta. Gotta get going, where we going, what are we gonna do? We're on our way to somewhere, the three of us and you. What'll we see there, who will be there, what'll be the big surprise? There may be caballeros with dark and flashing eyes. We're on our way.
We're on our way.
Pack up your pack.
Pack up your pack.
And if we stay,
we
won't come back.
We won't come
How
back.
can we go? We haven't got a dime, but we're going, and we're gonna have a happy time. Now someone said they just came back from somewhere. A friend of mine that I don't even know. He said there's lots of fun if we can get there. If that's the case, that's the place we want to go. We gotta get going, where we going, what are we gonna do? We're on our way to somewhere, the three of us and you. What'll we see there, who will be there, what'll be the big surprise? There may be caballeros with dark and flashing eyes. I'll take a train.
You'll take the train.
You take a boat.
We'll take the boat.
I'll ride a plane.
You'll take the plane.
You take the gun.
We'll ride the
Oh, we don't care. We'll either walk or climb. we're gonna have a happy time. Quanta la gusta, la gusta, la gusta, la gusta, la gusta, la gusta, la gusta. Quanta la gusta, la gusta, la gusta, la gusta, la gusta, la gusta. We're going, we're gonna have a happy time.
All right, Costello, come out here. What's that you have in your hand?
It's a picture of my grandfather, General Stonewall Costello. What a hero, Abbott. He fought in the Spanish-American War. Every time he went off to battle, all the girls in Patterson would line up to kiss him goodbye.
Wait a minute. Every time he went to battle, all the girls in Patterson kissed him goodbye?
Yes. The war ended in 1898. But they couldn't get Grandpa to stop fighting till 1935.
He must have been some fighter.
Yes, he taught me to fight. I became quite a boxer. I remember my first fight. In the third round, my manager threw the towel in, and I won.
Well, wait a minute. How could you win if your manager threw in the towel?
He threw it over my opponent's eyes.
You dummy, you're no fighter. You're not an athlete. There's not an athlete in your whole family.
Oh, yes, there is. My brother Pat is a famous athlete. Just last week, he pitched a no-hit game.
Oh, lots of guys have pitched no-hit games.
In football?
Costello, you and your brother Pat are the dopiest guys in the world.
Yes, there ain't nobody a dopier than him and me.
Well, no, that's incorrect. You should say there's nobody dopier than he and I.
Okay, there's nobody a dopier than him and you.
Well, never mind that. How's Pat getting along with his new girl?
Oh, well, for a while he had it pretty tough. Every time Pat went over to see her brother would throw him out of the house. Last week her brother went away to college and things are different.
What do you mean?
Now her father throws him out of the house.
Is Pat working?
Oh, yes. He's got a job with a milk company and he works like a horse.
What does he do?
He pulls one of the wagons.
Hello.
What do you want, Norman?
Are you going to do another one of them Sam Shovel misery programs tonight?
Look, Norman, look at the script. That's mystery.
I listen to the show, brother. It's misery.
Abbott, if you don't keep that nephew out of here, I'm going to flatten him. I'll hit him in the head so hard that his shoes will have 3 tongues.
I'll lay off here. Leave him alone. Maybe he doesn't like your Sam Shovel program.
Well, everyone else does. Now, here's a letter I got from one of my fans this morning. Listen to this. Dear Lou Costello, I listened to your Sam Shovel detective program last week. You were so funny I laughed my head off. I'm coming to the studio to see you tonight.
Miss Costello, there's a man out here to see you.
What does he look like?
How can I tell? His head is off.
Well, enough of this nonsense, Costello. What is your Sam Shovel detective story about tonight?
It's one of my greatest cases, Abbott. I call it the case of the Russian diplomat who took the 6 p.m. boat back to Russia, or Red Sails in the Sunset.
Well, it sounds interesting. Let's get on with the case.
Fair enough.
And now, the makers of Swanee River Cold Cream bring you the adventures of Sam Shovel, private detective. But first, a word about our product. Swanee River Cold Cream is the only cold cream that contains peanut butter. What a time-saving device this is. Ladies, now you can cream your face and have your lunch at the same time. And friends, remember, we can sell Swanee River Cold Cream cheaper than any other brand because we've done away with costly containers. We use no tubes, no boxes, no jars. Just walk into your drugstore, ask for Swanee River Cold Cream, and hold out your hand. And now for the further adventures of Sam Shovel, private detective.
Yeah, I'm Sam Shovel. Sam Shovel, private detective. The detective business has been lousy lately. I ain't got a nickel to my name. I guess it's just as well. How would it sound if people called me Sam Shovel Nickel? Last night, somebody ransacked my office. They went over it with a fine-tooth comb. I know they went over it with a fine-tooth comb because this morning when I came in, the horsehair sofa had a part in it. I'm so mad I can see red.
Hi, Sam.
Hi, Red. In the office across the court, I see the beautiful stenographer combing her hair. She just combed out her bangs. I'm a little thirsty. I think I'll have some orange juice. I squeeze my orange juice the hard way. The hard way. I place the orange in my mouth, stick my head in the doorway, and slowly close the door. On my way to the office, I found a woman's handbag. I wonder what's in it. I decide to empty the contents on my desk. That takes care of the change purse. I wonder what's in the bag. I look at my appointment book. I see that tonight I have a date with a gorgeous peach. I think I'll break it and make a date with a girl. I look out the window. In the garage across the street, the mechanic is working on a car.
On your mark, get set, go!
No matter what car comes in, he always races the motor. Coming up the street, I see my pal, Lieutenant Abbott of the Homicide Squad. What a cop. Whenever the police department makes a raid, Lieutenant Abbott is a spearhead. Not that he's so brave, but he's the only cop in the department with a head like a spear. Abbott is a quiet cop. Every Sunday he sits home and listens to the radio. He's trying to win the jackpot on Stop the Music. He's trying to win it the hard way. The hard way. He has no telephone. It's a chilly day, and I've got a fire going in the kitchenette of my little office. There's a kettle boiling on the stove.
Hello, Sam Shovel. What's that smell coming from your kitchenette?
It's my washing.
I thought it smelled too good to be your cooking. I'm mighty tired, Sam.
So are your jokes.
I'm really tired. I just been out on a wild goose chase.
What were you chasing?
A wild goose.
Lieutenant Abbott used to be a comedian. Tried to make a living. He tried to make a living with his monkey shines. He had to give it up. There's no money in shining monkeys. Lieutenant Abbott, I've got bad news for you. Your cook was picked up this morning for passing a bad check.
Whose check was it?
Yours.
That's not funny, Sam Shovel. You weren't a friend of mine, I'd punch you in the nose.
I knew Lieutenant Abbott was only bluffing. He couldn't punch his way out of a paper bag. But that don't worry him. After all, how often do you get stuck in a paper bag?
Oh, wait a minute. Cut the small town talk, Sam. Lefty Lumphead is in town and he's gunning for you.
I know that, Lieutenant. I've already notified the police. They've thrown a net over the city. I'll call headquarters and see how they're making out. Hello, Chief.
Yes?
This is Sam Shovel. Have you got that net out for Lefty Lumphead?
Yes.
How's the net working? Did you catch Lefty yet?
No, the net's working fine. Already we've caught 3 butterflies.
Sam, this is really serious. Lefty Lumphead is a killer. He's out to get you. He may be on his way here now, and I know you're afraid of him.
Me? Afraid of Lefty Lumphead? Pish, tush. I'd like to see the day I'd be afraid of him.
Oh, Sam.
This is the day. Before me stood the toughest killer on the coast. When he was 8 years old, he shot his father and mother. Then he asked the judge for mercy on the grounds that he was an orphan. What a tough mug. He's got cauliflower ears. Never was a fighter, it's just that his ears was made out of cauliflower. I noticed Lieutenant Abbott's hand reached for his holster. Abbott's gun barked.
Okay, coppers. I got you covered. Sam Shovel, I got 1 bullet in this gun. It's for you. I'm going to give you a break, Sam. I'll put that bullet wherever you say.
If it's all the same to you, put it in Lieutenant Abbott.
You're pretty clever, Lefty Lumphead. You're one of the smartest burglars in the business. But there's something I want to ask you.
Huh?
How is it you've never been caught robbing a house?
It's easy. It's easy. I only rob houses on Thursday nights.
Why did you pick Thursday nights?
Because Abbott and Costello are on the air Thursday nights, and, brother, when they're on the air, nobody stays home.
Lefty, that's a lie. Abbott and Costello are on right now. I'll prove it's a lie by checking with the police department. Hello. Police Department. Can you tell me
We ain't got time to talk to you now.
why?
Every house in town is being robbed.
I had taken all I could stand from that killer. Quick as a flash, I pulled my gun.
Sam, Lefty is seriously wounded. Your bullet went through his shoulder.
Call the hospital.
What have you done? What have you done? Sam Shovel, you shot my boyfriend.
Lefty's girl, the most gorgeous moll in the underworld. She's beautiful.
Look, he's bleeding.
Call the hospital.
He's the only boyfriend I've got, and he's liable to die.
Call the hospital.
If he dies, who's going to love me and squeeze me and kiss me?
Call the morgue.
Costello, I got to give you credit. You're in there pitching tonight.
Yes, and I'd like to give a little credit to our team, Abbott. Everybody knows I'm always pitching, and Abbott, you're always catching. But we got other players on the team.
Oh, sure. What's on second?
No, we're not going to start that. I just wanted to say that our writing staff is headed by Eddie Foreman with Paul Conlon, Pat Costello, Martin Ragaway, and Len Stern.
That's right. And Matty Malnick leads the band.
And all this nonsense is put together by our producer, Charles Vander. And we'd love to have you all with us again next Thursday night.
Thanks to them for working, and thanks to you for listening. Hope you'll be back next Thursday night. Good night, folks.
Good night. Good night to everybody in Patterson. Good night.
Listen each Thursday night at this time for another great Abbott and Costello show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood. Be sure to stay tuned for the outstanding entertainment which follows throughout the evening on this ABC station.